Today is April 6th. This is the Lawrence City Council, full City Council meeting. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Laws, Chapter 38, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15th, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place, this public meeting of the Lawrence City Council for the City of Lawrence, Mass. Is being conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance by members of the public will be permitted, but the public can listen and or view this meeting while in progress by use of the Facebook and YouTube web access sites that are referenced in this agenda package. Members of the public attending this meeting virtually will be allowed to make comments if they wish to do so during the portions of the public hearings designated for public comment by use of the web and phone access, and that is the Facebook Lawrence City Council page, the YouTube Lawrence City Council page, and of course right here at this Zoom address. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Levy,
Present.
Councilor Gonzalez, Councilor Salida Reyes,
Present.
Councilor Abdul,
Present.
Councilor Payano, Councilor De La Cruz,
Present.
Councilor Rodriguez, Councilor Estela Reyes,
Present.
Council President LaPlante.
Present. Will you now please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. And will you please rise and join me now for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Council, we're going to thank you so much. We are going to bypass the minutes. A lot of technical issues have arisen, and we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. So we're going to bypass the minutes until the next meeting. I just want to take a moment. We just to kind of update you a little bit on where we are in the clerk's office. There will be to some an unfamiliar and to others a familiar face joining us on this call today. As you all know, our former colleague, City Councilor Eileen Burnell, who works as Director of Support Services for the Police Department, has been doing a tremendous job to provide us assistance as we're going through this transition period. And not only did she do one tour of service, she's also came and stuck around for a second tour way beyond what she originally agreed to back in December. And I think I can speak on behalf of everybody, Councilor Burnell. We are so thankful for your contributions and trying to keep this thing together. And your insights as a former colleague of ours has lent tremendous aptitude and confidence in the way that we conduct our business. A huge thank you for stepping up to the plate and for doing all that you've done to try to make this. So I just want to say thank you officially. Thank you so much. What I would like to do now is just talk a little bit about the transition. Councilor Burnell is slowly segueing back to her support services with the police department. And to help with us specifically is a former clerk in the neighboring town of North Andover. Her name is Joyce Bradshaw, and that name should ring a bell to many of you as well. She's been involved and helpful in our city and a few times in the most recent years with recalls and other election type of activities, recounts. And she is willing to come ahead and just as a short termer to provide assistance to essentially take the role, if you will, that Councilor Burnell, Eileen Burnell, was using to try to be the person helping on the city council part of the city clerk's duties. And so, Joyce, you are with us tonight. I'm not sure if there's a camera, if you have one, but thank you. Today's your second day helping us out. And I just want to welcome you and thank you for stepping in. And your experience is going to be a great assistance to and give us tremendous advantage. So We appreciate your stepping up, and we realize this is short term, but that little bit of time that you're going to be with us is going to be tremendously helpful. So thank you. Thank you for helping us out. We appreciate it. With that, we are going to start off with public hearings. And the clerk, document number 18820, would you please read the public hearing notice?
Get that off mute. Document number 188-20 says notice is hereby given that the Lawrence City Council will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 6, 2021 at 7 p.m. at a public meeting conducted by electronic means with public viewing, listening, participation, and input provided remotely in compliance with public gathering limitations in effect. The purpose of said hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning the proposed amendment to the revised ordinances of the City of Lawrence, be further amended by adding the following new paragraph to sections 10.36.030 of the Municipal Code, restricted parking on certain streets, to be inserted in the proper alphabetical order. Phillips Street, east side, from a point 188 feet southerly of the intersection of Cambridge Street to a point 208 feet southerly of the intersection of Cambridge Street. Parking is prohibited between the hours of 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., Monday through Friday. Be it further ordained by the City Council of the City of Lawrence that the revised ordinances of the City of Lawrence are hereby further amended by deleting the following paragraphs of section 10.36.340 of the Municipal Code. Phillips Street, east side, from a point 188 feet southerly of the intersection of Cambridge Street to a point 208 feet southerly of the intersection of Cambridge Street. To the extent there exist any ordinances to the contrary, they are hereby repealed to that respect only. Persons wishing to be heard shall be afforded the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I just want to let people know I just jumped the gun there a little bit. We didn't do public participation, but we will after this public hearing is done. We'll go right back to public participation. The public hearing is now open. Is there any members of the public that wish to speak on document 18820? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Council, what is your pleasure? Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Abdu, seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Present.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdu,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Councilor Levy,
Yes.
and Council President LaPlante.
Yes. The motion carries. Sorry about the confusion. We're going to go right back to public participation. Sorry about the oversight. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak at this time during public participation? As you know, keep your comments to 2.5 minutes. Keep it in general and not directed to any particular city councilor. Is there anybody here wishing to speak on public participation?
Humayun Mali, 53 Chester Street.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, honorable members. We, the citizens, are proud, united behind the great leader, Honorable Kendrick Vasquez. In the short time, he created Center for COVID-19 vaccination for our citizens, forming the Human Rights Commission, taking steps to repair the Museum Square. The Honorable Kendrick Vasquez is a great leader that we are united behind this leader. Our city are proud to support the best police department, Lawrence Police Department, with an impeccable leadership. Honorable Chief Roy Vash has done excellent job to protect our citizens. We need the contract for Lawrence Police Department. News of Honorable Officer Fitzpatrick became the Officer of the Year. Make every citizen proud. Thank you. Blue Lives Matter. We need a contract for our police officers. In this darkest era of human history, DPW workers sacrificed their lives for making Lawrence a better city. We must support DPW workers and the union. We are grateful to Honorable Superintendent Cynthia Paris in this hard time for the best education for our children. We support Lawrence Teachers Union. Our great city, this proud immigrant city, will rise up against COVID-19 global crisis. We are united to say contract for the best police officers and Lawrence Police Officers Union. We appreciate our best firefighters, their union. We pray for the sick. Remember our dead friends and relatives. We are united to overcome and rise up again, and united to say with one voice, Lawrence always is strong. Lawrence always unite. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody that's with us this evening who wishes to take part in public participation? Either speak right now or raise your hand. Either way works.
I would like to speak, Council President.
You've got it. You have the floor, sir.
Okay, good evening, councils. My name is Richard Russell. I reside at 34 Cross Street. I won't beat on the issue of opening the city council chambers to the public tonight, as I'm hoping for a favorable answer to that question in a short while from city officials. I will, however, continue to beat on the city and their officials for their lack of transparency at times, for whatever reason, regarding the number of coronavirus cases in the city and the frequency at which these numbers should be posted. I will admit that several issues over the past weekend presented problems, namely the failure of the city's website and a major fire. Other city officials have had no problem posting info on their Facebook pages, including coronavirus numbers in the past. We have had no information posted regarding the coronavirus situation in Lawrence since the evening of April 2nd. It is still too early to tell as to whether any local info will be posted this evening. Fighting this corona pandemic is a two-way street. City officials and the public have to work together in this fight. Finally, which city official, the mayor, the head of inspectional services, or the head of the Board of Health is calling the shots in Lawrence's fight with the coronavirus? I have seen little to no input, public input from the head of the Board of Health. Why? Isn't he the only true professional in this coronavirus pandemic? I offer this suggestion as a tongue-in-cheek solution to help the coronavirus pandemic in Lawrence. Open all of the eateries and drinkeries in the city to people who have been properly vaccinated or have proof of negative coronavirus test in the last 14 days. At times, one has to think outside of the box to come up with solutions. Could this be one of these out-of-box thinking situations? As always, I thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. Is there anyone else with us this evening who wishes to use public participation?
Yes, through you, Council President.
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, I would like to use that public participation platform to speak on behalf of an organization and a group of parents.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm going to start by saying thank you, everybody, for listening to the concerns of parents that are waiting for the fields in the city of Lawrence to be reopened. And I think that we as a leader should consider taking a step forward in terms of considering opening the fields in the city of Lawrence for the sport and recreation of our kids living in the city. As a parent, I'm very concerned about the COVID-19 and the school opening, but I'm also concerned of the balance of not having kids getting all the exercise they need. And with that said, I'm very supportive of different programs throughout the city, including Beyond Soccer and volleyball and Beyond Volley, which they are doing a great job in terms of recreating kids and allowing kids to be in programs that are affordable, as well as baseball programs that are helping out a lot of the kids. And with that said, I would like to just read a note that I just got from a parents and from a organization as a parent, and the message read as follows. Thank you for pre-registering your kids for the Lawrence Youth Travel Soccer and in-city recreational soccer. This is spring. For this spring, please note that the registration has been received and a lot of email has been echoed of the frustration. We wish we have more information. Unfortunately, we cannot get any field permits, which means that we cannot share any sport return for protocols or start dates. And which means that a lot of the soccer fields or any other sport, including baseballs and any other important sport throughout the city, they're not gonna get permits so far. I encourage you as a city council, as a parents, that to have these conversations with a specific part of the administration to reconsider this great opportunity. It is a concern about we definitely have a concern about the COVID, but all the kids are going back to school, and if we follow the same protocol, I think that vaccination is an opportunity that we have right now, and we should take advantage, and therefore think about other activities and events that are going to be taking place this coming season. With that said, thank you so much, Council President, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Counselor. Again, anybody else wish to speak at this time? Raise your hand or to say something. And with that, the public participation is now over. The clerk, the city council clerk, has kept track of these and has kept these comments for the record, and we thank you for participating. Going back to public hearings, next document is document number 22320. Clerk, please read the public hearing notice.
Okay, thank you, Council President. Document number 223-20. A notice is hereby given that the Lawrence City Council will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 6, 2021 at 7 p.m. at a public meeting conducted by electronic means with public viewing, listening, participation, and input provided remotely in compliance with public gathering limitations in effect. The purpose of said hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning the proposed amendment to the revised ordinances of the City of Lawrence, to be further amended by adding the following new paragraph to section 10.36.270 of the Municipal Code, 30-minute parking, to be inserted in the proper alphabetical order. McFarland Court, east side, from a point 20 feet southerly of the intersection of Water Street to a point 40 feet southerly to the intersection of Water Street. To the extent that there exists any ordinances to the contrary, they are hereby repealed in that respect only. Persons wishing to be heard shall be afforded the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Clerk. The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to speak on this matter? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Council, what is your pleasure?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilor Gonzalez, seconded by Councilor
Second.
Reyes, Selena Reyes. Discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
and Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. The next document is document 22520. Clerk, will you please read the public hearing notice?
Notice document 225-20. Notice is hereby given that the Lawrence City Council will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 6, 2021 at 7 p.m. at a public meeting conducted by electronic means with public viewing, listening, participation, and input provided remotely in compliance with public gathering limitations in effect. The purpose of said hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning the proposed amendment of the revised ordinances of the City of Lawrence, to be further amended by adding the following new paragraph to section 10.36.340 of the Municipal Code, handicapped parking, to be inserted in the proper alphabetical order. Bradford Street, north side from a point 215 feet westerly of the intersection of Hampshire Street to a point 205 feet westerly of the intersection of Hampshire Street. To the extent there exist any ordinances to the contrary, they are hereby repealed in that respect only. Persons wishing to be heard shall be afforded the opportunity.
Thank you very much. The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this matter? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Council, what is your pleasure?
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Councilor Estela Reyes. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Rodriguez. Discussion. Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. The next document is document number 23920. Clerk, will you please read the public hearing notice?
Document number 236-20 is notice is hereby given that the Lawrence City Council will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 6, 2021 at 7 p.m. at a public meeting conducted by electronic means with public viewing, listening, participation, and input provided remotely in compliance with public gathering limitations in effect. The purpose of said hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning the proposed amendment of the revised ordinances of the City of Lawrence to be further amended by adding the following new paragraph to section 10.36.340 of the municipal code, handicapped parking, to be inserted in the proper alphabetical order. Hilltop Street, south side from a point 20 feet easterly of the intersection of Bellevue Street to a point 40 feet easterly of the intersection of Bellevue Street. To the extent that there exist any ordinances to the contrary, they are hereby repealed in that respect only. Persons wishing to be heard shall be afforded the opportunity.
The public hearing for document 23620 is now open. Is there any members of the public who wishes to speak on this matter? Hearing none, the public hearing is now.
President, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Councilor Levy.
I have a question. Through you, Eileen, so you read it 225 or 236?
The document, we did just do 225 one moment ago. This document is 236-20.
Okay, so I just get a little confused that I heard. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And you're right, Councilor Levy. I said 239 and Councilor Brunel was very gracious in reading 236, and I
Yeah.
tried to correct that by
Yeah.
saying 236. So
Okay.
you're right on the money. Councilors, what is your pleasure on document 23620?
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Councilor Gonzalez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by, I believe that was Councilor Vice President Reyes. Discussion. Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. The next document, document 23920. Clerk, please read the public hearing notice.
Document number 239-20, notice is hereby given that the Lawrence City Council will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 6, 2021 at 7 p.m. at a public meeting conducted by electronic means of public viewing, listening, participation, and input provided remotely in compliance with public gathering limitations in effect. The purpose of said hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning the proposed amendment of the revised ordinances of the City of Lawrence to be further amended by adding the following new paragraphs to section 10.36.340 of the municipal code, handicapped parking, to be inserted in the proper alphabetical order. Warren Street, west side from a point 217 and 6/10 feet northerly of the intersection of Essex Street to a point 237 6/10 feet northerly of the intersection of Essex Street. To the extent that there exist any ordinances to the contrary, they are hereby repealed in that respect only. Persons wishing to be heard shall be afforded the opportunity.
Thank you very much. The public hearing for 23920 is now open. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to speak on this matter? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Councilors, what is your pleasure?
Motion to approve.
A motion made by Councilor Vice President Estela Reyes. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
Okay, well, can you, as a courtesy, I would like to ask for the proponent to waive the 30 days?
Yes,
As
I
a-
second.
The emergency waiving of the 30 days has been accepted by the sponsor, Vice President Reyes. It is now part of the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. The next document is document 24420. Clerk, please read the public hearing notice.
Document number 244-20. Notice is hereby given that the Lawrence City Council will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 6th, 2021 at 7 p.m. at a public meeting conducted by electronic means with public viewing, listening, participation, and input provided remotely in compliance with public gathering limitations in effect. The purpose of said hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning the proposed amendment of the revised ordinances of the City of Lawrence to be further amended by adding the following new paragraph to section 10.36.340 of the municipal code, handicapped parking, to be inserted in the proper alphabetical order. Walnut Street, west side, from a point 210 feet southerly of the intersection of Arlington Street to a point 230 feet southerly of the intersection of Arlington Street. To the extent there exist any ordinances to the contrary, they are hereby repealed in that respect only. Persons wishing to be heard shall be afforded the opportunity.
Thank you. The public hearing is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on document 24420? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Counselor, what is your pleasure?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Counselor Gonzalez. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly seconded by Counselor Vice President Estela Reyes. Discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul, Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor, thank you. Councilor
you.
Payano,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion passes. Counselors, I beg your indulgence for document 18820. I was reminded that this is this is the first public hearing we had this evening. I was reminded that this actually has an impact on a student who needs the bus to go in front of that particular house for those 2 hours. And I'm looking to see if we can make a motion to reconsider it and then waive the 30 days. Can we make that motion? Anybody for 18820?
So moved as the person who sponsored.
Motion made by Counselor Abdu, seconded by Council Vice President Estela Reyes. Is there any discussion on that matter? Hearing none, thank you. The clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
and Council President LaPlante.
Yes, thank you, colleagues. I do appreciate that. accommodation. The next document is document 27320. Clerk, please read the public hearing notice.
Document number 273-20, notice is hereby given that the Lawrence City Council will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 6, 2021 at 7 p.m. at a public meeting conducted by electronic means with public viewing, listening, participation, and input provided remotely in compliance with public gathering limitations in effect. The purpose of said hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning a proposed amendment to the revised ordinances of the City of Lawrence to be further amended by adding the following subparagraphs to section 10.28.040 of the municipal code, one-way streets and alleys. Willow Street from Center Street to Myrtle Street in a southerly direction. To the extent that there exists any ordinances to the contrary, they are hereby repealed. In that respect, only persons wishing to be heard shall be afforded the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Clerk. The public hearing is now open. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this matter? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Council, what is your pleasure?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion made by Councilor Gonzalez. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. In discussion? Hearing none, Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes, Councilor Selena,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. The next document is document 27420. Clerk, please read the public hearing notice.
Document number 274-20. Notice is hereby given that the Lawrence City Council will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 6, 2021 at 7 p.m. at a public meeting conducted by electronic means with public viewing, listening, participation, and input provided remotely in compliance with public gathering limitations in effect. The purpose of said hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning the proposed amendment to the revised ordinances of the City of Lawrence to be further amended by adding the following subparagraph to section 10.28.040 of the municipal code, one-way streets and alleys. Exchange Street from Myrtle Street to Lawrence Street in a northerly direction. To the extent there exist any ordinances to the contrary, they are hereby repealed. In that respect, only persons wishing to be heard shall be afforded the opportunity.
Thank you very much. The public hearing is now open. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Councilors, what is your pleasure?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion
Second.
made by Councilor Gonzalez to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Payano, Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
and Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. The next document is document number 42.
Council President.
Who is Council Vice
Council
President?
President. Yes, thank you. Before you call the next item, 42-21, for the record, I just want to exclude myself from any discussion or any vote on this item.
Clerk, please make a note in our minutes that the Councilor Vice President Estela Reyes is recusing herself from all discussion and votes on this matter. Document 4221. Clerk, please read the public hearing notice.
Notice is hereby given that the Lawrence City Council will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April 6, 2021 at 7 p.m. at a public meeting conducted by electronic means with public viewing, listening, participation, and input provided remotely in compliance with public gathering limitations in effect. The purpose of said hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning the approval of a loan order in the amount of $132,300,000 to pay the cost of reconstructing and constructing additions to the Oliver Partnership School located at 183 Haverhill Street, Lawrence, Mass., including all costs related to the design of the project, demolishing portions of the existing building, equipping and furnishing the school, and all other costs associated, incidental to, or related to the project, consistent with the terms and conditions as outlined in the loan order certification for borrowing authorization submitted by the CAFCO for the City of Lawrence to the Lawrence City Council on or about February 24th, 2021. Upon the approval of the council, any borrowing under this directive shall be expended under the direction of the Oliver Partnership Elementary School Building Committee and with the approval of the mayor pursuant to the appropriation by the treasurer pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, Sub 1, and or Mass General Law, Chapter 70B, or pursuant to any other enabling authority. The anticipated useful life of the Oliver Partnership School is anticipated to be at least 50 years and will be built in partnership with the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA, meaning that the MSBA will help fund the cost of this project. The city acknowledges that the MSBA grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on needs determined by the MSBA, and the discretionary program based on the needs of the MSBA and a 80% of eligible approved project costs as determined by the MSBA or the total maximum grant amount determined by the MSBA. This borrowing shall be subject to any further terms and conditions as outlined in the final loan order as adopted by the Lawrence City Council and ratified by the mayor, including any and all steps necessary and or convenient for bond authorization by the city treasurer per Mass General Law, Chapter 44A, Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, or any enabling authority. Persons wishing to be heard on this matter shall be afforded the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. For what purpose does the City Councilor Maria de la Cruz raise her hand? Okay. At this point, the public hearing is now open. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this matter? Please, I think the best way to do this.
Honorable members.
Okay, let's do this. There may be a few people. Just use the hand waving device on your Zoom, and I will go in the order that I see that. Whoever that was.
Good evening, honorable members.
Go ahead, sir. Your name and address, please, for the record.
Bali, 53 Chestnut Street. Honorable members must know that Superintendent Cynthia Parris, in asking such a request for funding for Oliver School, Honorable Superintendent Cynthia Parris has been a leader in Lawrence since her arrival has been continuously pandemic crisis, Columbia gas crisis. This great leader helping to build up a new educational facility for our children, future of Lawrence. So we, the citizens, strongly encourage you to approve and accept and vote yes to Honorable Superintendent Cynthia Parris' request for this funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the order that I've seen it, I have Councilor de la Cruz, your hand is still up. Do you wish to speak at this time?
Council President, let's allow the public to speak first and then I can go later.
Very good. Thank you very much, Councilor. The next person that I see with their hand raised is Superintendent Cynthia Parris. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Much appreciated. Tonight, we come before you to re-envision what this vote in public hearing is. As you all may know, our students at the Oliver Partnership School very recently were abruptly displaced because of the significant operational challenges that the building is experiencing, of which the HVAC system has failed, and more recently, we've had some plumbing difficulties. That's just a flavor of the many challenges that this tired building has experienced in the past several years. We relocated our students because safety and health is a primary concern. But more importantly, our students and families and staff members deserve a place where learning and teaching can take place appropriately. Your favorable vote tonight means that our students and families and staff will have a place where we can enact and manifest our academic vision, which includes a myriad of services that they currently are not experiencing. In the design that the team has put forth and the leadership team at LPS has supported, it's a dream come true. We are ecstatic to be part of the MSBA project. We hope that moving forward, we can all give you tours and you can come visit the school moving forward. But more importantly, tonight, we ask that you strongly consider the funding of this project as we continue to advocate strongly for a place that is safe, that is appropriate, and that our students for many years to come can be proud of.
Thank you, Superintendent. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this matter? Please just raise your hand. I am not seeing anyone's hands raised. One last time for public hearing on document number 4221. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on this matter from the public? Hearing none.
Council President,
I'm about to call the public hearing closed.
before you do that,
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
I suggest you to unmute everybody for at least 30 seconds to see if anybody's in a phone that is not quite technical with the phone, and that way they probably have an opportunity to speak.
Sure, if I could figure out how to do that, Counselor, I will certainly do that. I think people have the ability to go on and off without me having to do anything, quite frankly. And
You know, there was some difficulties before, people that they couldn't unmute. It's an important vote.
it is very important, Counselor. You're exactly right. And I am scrolling. If your camera is on, I am looking for people to wave their hands at me. Let me know. People's cameras are off for the most part. And I don't have the, I don't think I've got the ability, if I do, I'm not sure how to use it, to unmute. I have the mute, but I don't have the unmute that I can see here. All right, so I'm short of that. I'm going to call the public hearing to be closed. Councilors, what is your pleasure?
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Councilor Anna Levy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Jorge Gonzalez. Councilor De La Cruz, you have the floor, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, before we go into the vote, I have some questions.
Yes, ma'am. This is the time to do it, Councilor.
Okay, thank you, Council President. I have a couple of questions that are in my concern. Number one, we had the Student Opportunity Act, which is Chapter 70. And that money is supposed to be coming to the city of Lawrence for the Department of Education. I need to know if that money could be used for this. That's number one question. Can Chapter 70 money be used for the reconstruction of the Oliver School? That's my question number one. My question number two, how much money is coming from the federal government at this moment that it is allowing that money to open schools? Can we use part of that money for the reconstruction of the Oliver School? And my another question is, aren't we supposed to use federal money just for education? I need to know if some of that money could be used for the restructure of the Oliver School, and at the same time, there is $2 trillion that is being in place by the president for structure, and that means City of Lawrence be receiving some of that money, because otherwise, $132 million are going to be for the Oliver School. Of course, I will vote for a school, but my concern, we're building a school that is in a historical site. What happened? The historical site is not even using Robert Frost's house that is next door to the building of the Oliver School. Number two, the Oliver School has no parking. And number three, the $132 will come from the taxpayer of the city of us, the people of the city of Lawrence. Then how will all that finance work out to benefit to benefit the restructure of a historical school, which is very important for our community? But I have all of those concerns and all of those questions in my mind, and I need to know who is going to be paying the $132 million, number one. Can we use the money from the Chapter 70? The government will allow like more than $50 million for the city of Lawrence. Then what's going to happen with all of that money that is coming to the city? What we're going to do? How can we use it? Just to say that the taxpayers are going to pay the $132 million. We have a very poor community, and my concern is that we get to a point that our levy will not be level enough for our city and us to pay, the taxpayer pay for the school. Then I need answers before I do my vote tonight. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilor De La Cruz. So I'm not sure who of the team can best answer that question. Quickly look at either the superintendent or the CAFO for some advice on that.
Happy to answer the question regarding the funding that was mentioned by Councilor Cruz. We'll start with SOA, followed by COVID relief money and any state or federal funding that the school is going to be receiving.
Superintendent, I'm just going to stop you right there. Unfortunately, it's distracting. Someone has their microphone on, and we want to hear your answer. I'm not sure who the last four digits of 1220 are, but I'm going to ask if you can either mute or I will need to mute so that we can go on. I'm going to mute, and then Superintendent, continue. Go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you so much. So the questions about SOA funding and additional fundings that the school district, including Chapter 70, are the following. So as you know, SOA money is still pending, and we're hopeful that we will be receiving the additional funding. And the plan that has been drafted for those fundings include social emotional supports, academic supports. There is a small portion in that allocation that is reserved for capital improvements, and those belong to the rest of the tired schools that also need some updates, including HVAC systems, windows, and other minutia that our schools are in desperate need of. With respect in the question about the additional current federal funding, including COVID relief money, those fundings are specific to reopening and include things like PPE, digital resources, academic programming for summer acceleration, and as you can imagine, everything else that our students and families will need throughout the summer and into the fall to recover from this traumatic experience. And finally, your question about Chapter 70. As you know, Chapter 70, we are 90% funded in the district, and that funding, it is 80% salaries and benefits, and then the related 20% goes to the additional resources that our families and students need.
Councilor De La Cruz, does that satisfy your questions?
It does, in a way. It's still my concern of the location. I understand that 15 years ago, when we built a new high school, it was 110 million. Now, just because that building is a historical place, we have to pay 132 million. And my worriness will the people living in Lawrence be able to pay $132 million? That's my question. How are we going to raise that money? I would like Mr. Ianello to speak out on that. How are we going to raise that money? If our levy at this point is enough that we can have the support in 3 years, 5 years when we get hit by the 132 million. Then I am not a financial person, but I have those questions in my brain.
Good evening, councilors. This is Mark Iannello. I think I can answer some of your questions. The 132.3 million is the total cost of the project. Currently, the MSBA is committing to or has a maximum commitment of 46%. So that's roughly, they're going to pick up roughly 60 million, and the city will pick up at least 73 million. And that's the maximum that we can receive. So the debt service on our portion, the 72 million, and if it turns out to be, it may be closer to 80 million, I suspect, because I suspect, there'll be some costs that the MSBA does not pay for. An example of some of those costs are any change orders. Once we put the project out to bid, if there's any change orders, the MSBA does not share in that cost. So all the change orders come over to the city side. So assuming it's 55 or 45 or 40 to 45% funding, we're going to come up with 72 to 80 million dollars worth of debt or borrowing to pay for our share of the school. The debt service on that of that money is approximately 5 to 5.5 million per year. What that means is we have to add 5 to 5.5 million to our general fund operating budget. So I think in my CAFO certification, I did mention the concerns I have that the original plan was to have a planned use of free cash to fund some of this debt. But with the expenditures for COVID-19, we may not have that free cash available. The other option for the city is we do have roughly 6.1 million in excess taxing capacity. So we could do a mixture of free cash and a mixture of additional taxes to the tax levy. One bright note I'd like to mention is that the debt service that we have our existing debt service in a couple of years starts to fall off a little bit. So for example, if we start this borrowing in fiscal year 23, we're going to need about $4.8 million to pay for this debt. In FY24, we'll only need 4.4 million because about 300,000 of debt service falls off. And then when we get to 2026, we only need about 2.8 million. And as you can see, by 2028, all of the debt service for the Oliver could be absorbed by the existing level of debt service that we have today. So again, when we were thinking about this school a couple of years ago, of course, we didn't think it was going to be 132 million, but the plan was not to go for a debt override because we felt that we would be able to, with our debt service falling off, we would be able to absorb much of the debt service on the Oliver School, and free cash could augment the operating budgets. So we didn't have to hurt current city services. So in my CAFO certification, you'll see that's basically my opinion. And by the way, for the city clerk's edification, the vote has to include, when you do record the vote, just make sure you include the acknowledgement that you received the CAFO certification. Bond counsel is very strict on that, and they've reminded me several times to make sure that gets recorded that way. So, but anyway, my CAFO certification, which is in your packets, I did indicate that that's going to be how we're going to pay for it. We're going to have a planned use of free cash unless COVID eats into it. And then we have the excess taxing capacity of 6.1 million, which exceeds the debt service required. So I'm hoping maybe a combination of the two, or perhaps we can do it without the taxing capacity at all, but that'll be a tall order. You also mentioned and spending the local newspapers, approximately 58 million from the president's American Rescue Plan. Approximately 58 million is the number that Lawrence may receive. We have no idea how that money is going to be used yet. The regulations haven't come out. A couple things I do know about it because I attended a seminar, but this, we got as much information as the state could give us. But the funds will be, they're supposed to last through FY24. So we're supposed to receive, I think, some this year and some next year. I'm not sure exactly when it'll be handed out, but the money is supposed to be last through, or can be expended through FY24. There is, one thing we can't do with it is we're fairly certain that we can't just put it in reserves. We have to use it, but it can be used or may be used to offset any revenue loss. Revenue losses would be, I suspect, when the regulations come out from the U.S. Treasury, I suspect the revenue losses will mean what were our revenues, our local receipts, for example, motor vehicle excise tax and building permits. What were they in the year before COVID struck? And then what were they in the current year and last year and this year? And how much did those local receipts decrease? And that decrement could probably be used with the 58 million. So how will that help us in the years going forward for the Oliver School? I really can't tell because we don't know what the regulations are. I know a lot of the 58 million, some of the things they did indicate in there is for broadband and for water sewer projects. So I suppose it's a possibility that maybe we could use it for some other infrastructure needs, but I just don't know. So for purposes of explaining, how are we going to pay for it for purpose of tonight? I just told you what I know, and I suspect it'll be if the council approves this borrowing, it's a substantial borrowing. 132 million is a tremendous amount, and our share is going to be 72 to 80 million. Could exceed that depending on what the final costs come in at. But I've been assured by the designers of this school that they do have a good amount of contingencies built into the budget, and we also have all the people involved have assured that they'll stay within the budget. But just knowing how construction goes, things happen when they get into the construction. Certain things that may appear that they're not aware of, and that's how our share of the project may go up a little bit, and that's why I've presented the 5 to 5.5 million range, and that's on 72 to 80 million dollars in debt, and just or in debt service. And just for my estimate for principal and interest on this is we're going to be repaying approximately 112 to 125 million dollars over the 30-year period of the borrowing. So I hope that answers all your questions, counselors. But if you have any questions, I'm available to answer them, and sure the superintendent can answer questions relative to some of the federal funding for the school as well.
All right, Councilor De La Cruz, are you satisfied with those responses?
I still have a lot of concern about the way the city is going to be raising the money. At this moment, nothing is in place to say, okay, we're going to get $5 million per year to be able to pay for the Oliver School. We all have to think about, is that worth it to spend so much money just because does that building accommodate our kids to the 21st century? Will that building be something that we really can invest the money on that? I'm very concerned about the building, about the parking, about the location of the school. Of course, if this situation would be at the Leahy School, I would think totally different. But because of the amount of money that we're going to spend on the Oliver School, the space, it's not going to solve any problem to the people living around there, to the parking space around there. I have a lot of concerns. Then I don't know. I'm a pro school, I'm a pro education, and I believe that we should have taken another piece of land and just build another school with full potential to the 21st century, and not to spend that much money in renovating a building that is old, number one, and the location that is not the best for the city, and so much money into one school, only just one school that is not even a high school. Then thank you for the information. I don't know. I might be the person who is thinking too much about this item, about this document, but I have all of those concerns in my brain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Who just spoke?
Giovanni Rodriguez.
Sure. What's your point of order, Counselor?
No, no point of order. When you have a chance, I would like to have the floor.
Sure. So in this order, I believe that Superintendent Paris wishes to speak. I then saw that Mr. Abdu wishes to speak. Then I saw Mr. Payano, and then we're going to go to you, Mr. Rodriguez. So Superintendent, did you want to respond? I see your hand up.
Thank you. Yes. So I appreciate Councilor De La Cruz's concern with respect to your comment about the worthiness of this building. I believe that our families and students are worthy of a building that could accommodate their educational needs, just so that you can envision what will happen in the next 5 years. Currently, our class size for the youngest learners is upwards of 27 students. In 5 years' time, those classrooms will be bursting at the seams with over 31 students. So if you can imagine our youngest learners who not only are deserving and need the space just to accommodate that many small bodies, but our staff and families also deserve and are worthy of that space. So I just wanted to address the worthiness of that. This is the long game here. This is an investment that we all can agree is worthy of our city and our families, and our students are deserving of that.
Thank you. Mr. Abdu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. LaPlante. Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, where to start? First of all, I want to just say that I think the process to get to this evening from a need standpoint and a infrastructure standpoint was well planned and executed. We've had multiple opportunities to meet with the schools, the architects, and those involved with planning this this very expensive school. My concerns this evening, I believe, are consistent with my colleague from District A, Councilor De La Cruz, who I appreciated her line of questioning. I have no questions regarding the need, regarding the capacity challenges that Superintendent Paris and her team faces. But this brings me, you know, the tax implication, the funding implication that Councilor De La Cruz and Mr. Ianello discussed earlier is the forefront of my mind. And for me, the challenge began decades ago, years ago. Every time one of these housing projects comes forward, that's another thing. We don't question the need. We need good housing stock in Lawrence. We need homes in Lawrence. We need greater home ownership in Lawrence. But with each of these, and we just had one a few weeks ago, with each of these, there's no corresponding plan, coherent plan by the city as to the city services that are required to support these thousands of new units that have come on in the last several years. Most of them are physically located downtown. Mr. President, I believe a lot of that is your district, down along the canal and in the vicinity of the Oliver School, the Leahy School. And with that, there's a master planning process that should be occurring. The MSBA does its homework and estimates what is needed here for schools in capacity, but what are we doing? What is the city of Lawrence doing with respect to its homework? Every time we add a unit, do we think about the corresponding student, the corresponding parent of that student, corresponding police support, fire support, and all of the necessary supports to maintain a quality of living that we all deserve, all of us? And each time, at least when I ask, it's met with good intentions, it's met with aspirations. Let's just do this one and we will get to that next. But that never happens. And so tonight we end up with a superintendent who makes a case for the need, and she's dead on. She's got it right. The case has been made. The challenge for the 9 of us is we now have to make a decision on paying the bill. And paying that bill would have been a lot easier if we had a plan, and we knew where this was all going. Because who knows, next month we could be voting on more housing stock without a plan. My hope is that our colleague, the current acting mayor, that he may get the ball rolling during his tenure. I realize his time is limited by the term, but we have elections coming this fall. And it is my hope that this mayor, whomever the next mayor may be, gets that ball rolling. We need a plan to support better housing stock in this city. So with that said, back to the now, we have a school that is needed at $133 million to round off. And we just heard from the CAFO what the responsibility for the city will be. But 30 years, what their responsibility will be. We also have other capital projects coming down the road. The Leahy School, we all know that's coming. That was foreshadowed earlier in this call. So there's more votes like this happening. And I thought about this. This is probably the most difficult vote I'm going to have in my time here, because there is a need. There's no denying the need. As soon as a school is built, it's going to be at capacity. The high school, you name the educational facility, it needs love. It needs investment. Not to the extent that the Oliver does, but a lot of them do have great needs. So I will struggle with that as an individual tonight. And to that end, I do have questions that I think are probably most appropriate for Mr. Ianello, but I do welcome the superintendent if that's her lane, and I'll go through them quickly and then I'll come back. The MSBA process. How did we get to this point? I think we're all a little taken aback by what the bill could be. And as Mr. Ianello just indicated, it could be more than what we're talking about tonight. It could be upwards. I believe he said $72 to $80 million. How did we get here with MSBA? What happened, and what is the possible exposure? When is the deadline that the MSBA will give us a hard number? Is it something we could table this matter until we get a hard number before we vote on something, and then we find out we need to vote again because there's more coming? When is that number guaranteed? So I guess I'll simplify it. And again, Mr. Ianello or Superintendent Paris, whoever wants to take it, MSBA process, what happened, and when is the deadline that we're going to know what the bill is? Because once we get the bill, as has been stated earlier, change orders will be on us 100% for the city. And as someone who works in capital construction, there are always changes. And change orders come by the dozens, not by the ones you choose.
Counselor, I think I can answer your question as far as the MSBA goes. We do have the finite number. They've given it to us, and I believe it's in your packet. There's a memorandum or a letter dated February 11th from the MSBA. And what it indicates is the board has approved the estimated maximum total facility grant of $58.2 million. And so that's the amount, which represents 46% of the project. The I just want to point out one thing, which I think I mentioned at the Budget and Finance Committee, but for the rest of the city councilors, the reason why the MSBA only funds 46%, a maximum 46%, is they have a longstanding practice of they put a maximum on the dollars per square foot that we'll get reimbursed for. And that maximum is $333 per square foot, when the actual construction costs are only or more like $500 or $600 a square foot. So it's a real problem, but the MSBA has moved that square foot cap very little over the last 10 years. I think it was close just around $300 a square foot, several years ago, and they moved it up to $333 a few years ago. And I don't know when they'll move it up higher. So even though we qualify as like an 80% reimbursement, that's the reason why it only ends up being 46% maximum, is because of that limitation. And the only explanation I've received for that is the MSBA has a finite sum of a pot of money, and they try and get as many school projects as they can. So they're reluctant to raise the $333 a square foot because there would be fewer schools built in the Commonwealth. So that's whether that's an adequate answer. I don't think so. I think poor communities get hurt more than other communities. But that's where we are. We do know we have a finite amount, and I believe the deadline to approve this bond order is May 11th. So the MSBA is looking for us to get back and have the funding finance in place, meaning this bond authorization approved by May 11th. And maybe the superintendent or someone from the school can clarify that, but I believe May 11th is the deadline I had written.
Yes, I'm confirming that is the correct timeline and information you shared with Mr. Abdu. And I just wanted to add that we have made an appeal to the MSBA to reconsider this formula that, as Mark has shared, is over 10 years old and affects us significantly. The response we got was not favorable, but we have appealed to them and will continue to do that in hopes that at some point throughout this project, that does get reconsidered.
So thank you, Superintendent. We appreciate you continuing to do that. That is, your efforts continue to be appreciated. So Mr. Ianello, if we can go back to your statement in your response to Councilor Dela Cruz regarding the 72 to 80 million, and Mr. President, through you, this is to my greater point that I'm trying to get to, is this 72 to 80 million dollars that you stated in your response to Councilor Dela Cruz. What would be the factors that would get us to $80 million? Change orders?
Well, yeah, anything that's expended that they don't cover, and, contingencies, I would imagine. I think there's about $3 or $4 million worth of contingencies built into the project plan. And I believe there have been, I believe, 3 different set of estimates for what the building would cost. And they all came around the consensus of 132.3 million. So they're fairly confident that their numbers are fairly accurate. But I've in my experience with school buildings, we never get there's always something, change orders, certain things that we need for the school, something will come up. And so that's why I wanted to, I'm hedging my bet. I ran numbers for 45 and 40%. Just to be on the safe side. Hopefully it won't be less than 40%, but 72.7 million is the 45% number, and 79.3 million is the 40% number. So that's our range. And I think I don't think I mentioned if we were to raise taxes for the full 5 million that was necessary, it's approximately $217 for the average single family home. And I think as you mentioned earlier, the Leahy School is behind us, or coming behind this project, and should be, we're already in front of have approval from the MSBA to proceed. They're just coming up with the final costs. The Leahy School, that will have to be a debt override. a debt override, meaning the debt service on that Leahy School, we would have to go to the voters and see if they would approve adding the debt service on the Leahy School to their tax bill. So it would be a terrible thing if we had to add to that tax bill with this school. So I'm hoping the use of free cash and the fact that our debt service is falling off would be maybe adequate. However, during this next 5-year period, we will have very few capital projects that we can entertain because our capacity will be reached.
Mr. Ainello, thank you. And before you go, I do want to close my comments by thank you, by the way, for the questions you answered and the superintendent did. But I do want to close with even more concern, as typically on a project that the state or one of the quasi authorities in the state, public construction, the rule of thumb on a contingency usually is around 15%, 12 to 15%.
15%.
To me, that strikes me as that the number we're carrying or we're being asked to carry by the MSBA is woefully inadequate. I just did a back of the envelope, and 15% of 133 would be 19 million and change, which tells me that would be the remainder of that would be us, 100% us. So
I think there's somebody from the school department on the call that could probably answer that. I mean, I know the spreadsheets that the MSB shared. I think the construction contingency was only 3 or 4 million, but there could be many other contingencies throughout this. There's a spreadsheet here with like 100 lines on it, so there's all sorts of information there. But again, if there is somebody from the school department that can answer Councilor Abdu's questions about the contingency, please do so, because I think they know more than I do.
Yes, Councilor President, this is Odanis Hernandez. I would like to call on our OPM, Deb Marai, to provide a little bit more clarity.
Very good.
Deb?
Hi, thank you. Hi, Deborah Marai with Pink and Company Answer Advisory. So yes, what Mark is saying is exactly true. Mr. Abdu, the contingencies he was talking about previously are the below the line contingencies that the owner, the City of Lawrence, would be keeping on their side for soft costs and hard costs, change orders, things like that. A little point of clarification on what Mark was saying, 100% true, the contingencies, those particular contingencies are where probably the greatest variation of what would be considered eligible for reimbursement are, because anything you expend off of those contingencies will be reviewed for eligibility. However, it is assumed that at least 2% of the construction cost could be potentially eligible for reimbursement. So for change orders. So not all change orders are necessarily not reimbursable. So I just wanted to point that out. But yes, this estimate that the project budget is based on is a full-blown, very healthy schematic design. There were 3 estimates done by 2 independent professional cost estimators, one hired by us, one hired by the designer, and also our construction manager, Consigli Construction. And there is within the estimated construction cost contingencies and escalation. So Mr. Abdu, I think when you're talking about when you do projects and you have those contingencies in them, yes, our contingencies within the estimated construction cost are in the line item. And the ones that Mr. Ainello was speaking of were the sums of money that the owner keeps outside for potential costs down the road, not for the development of the project contingencies that as we develop the project, now we're in schematic design, and as we move forward, we've held contingencies and escalation appropriate to the point of time we're at in the development of the project. And I will leave it there, but if anybody wants further clarification, please ask.
If Mr. Ainello has nothing further, or the superintendent, thank you, Ms. Marai, and thank you, Mr. Ainello and the superintendent. With that, I may wish to speak later, but out of respect for everyone here this evening, I want to turn the floor back to the president for my colleagues' questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdi. The next person is Mr. Payano, followed by Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Payano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my colleagues before me to speak on this issue. So I will sort of follow up on statements from Councilor Abdu. I think from the start of myself being in the city council, one of the points that I've always have brought up is sort of a lack of plan within the city on how we deal with the new properties or the redevelopment of properties here in the city. I think that there's a lot of great things that are being done. So in no way am I saying that we shouldn't be developing any of our properties, but there hasn't been a varied, coherent plan on how everything ties to each other. How public safety is tied to some of these things. And I think it's important, and I echo Councilor Abdu's statement that I hope that, it's hard to ask our colleague who's now mayor to work on this aspect, knowing that the term is fairly short, but whether it is our current mayor, Vasquez, or whoever new is coming in, I think one of the things that the council needs to do is put a lot of pressure to ensure that a plan is created, or there's a start to a plan, so that way we have a clear understanding of what goes on. One of my one of the things that I look in the downtown is not just issues of public safety as far as police and fire, but also parking. The more people that we have living in that area, the more folks, their guests, the more there's going to be a parking need in the downtown, and as well, the more of a need there will be to for our schools to educate the children that will now be living in that specific area. I think that the questions, some of the questions that were brought up by one of our colleagues were around transparency, and I think it's the question is who will be paying for this? I think that's a very important question. And I think that it's important that we are transparent. The folks that are going to be paying for this are the taxpayers. So the homeowners of Lawrence will be paying for this. As many of you know, I've had a, with this particular motion, there were times that I was arguing not against this, but I was a fan of a different option that potentially could have been more expensive, but I thought it was a better fit. I also had concerns around parking. I had all sorts of different concerns that I've brought up in previous meetings, and I won't bring them up today because I think that I said what I had to say several meetings ago on those issues. Now, the questions that's being brought up before us is, are we ready to invest in the building of this new school? And is it important for us to do it now or to take a step and hold off on it later? I think the fear that I have, while I might have had a different view of where the school should have been built, and while I have some concerns where it's currently being built, if I am asked the question whether we should start building this year or early next year or 2-3 years from now, I would say that I would rather us start sooner rather than later. Years ago, when I was in the school committee, we're talking about 4 or 5 years ago, if not more, the superintendent at that time mentioned that in the next 5 years, which we've already gone past, Lawrence needed to build 3 to 5 new school to keep up with the pace of the student population. At the moment, we haven't even started on building one. There is a concern, and definitely we need to be thinking about the cost of this project, knowing that we're going to have a new school coming up, and that's going to be costly as well. And I think it's important to note that there are other schools within our city that are extremely old. And I think anybody that's interested in learning more about that, there was a report that was done several years ago that sort of did an audit of the different schools and kind of showed which schools were in the biggest, had the biggest need. The Oliver School, one of the main reasons that we are starting with the Oliver School is not just that it would be serving an area that is going to see, it's already been seeing a significant increase and is going to be seeing another big jump in the next couple of years. But it's also a school that really needed the help, really needs to be renovated. If not, that would be space that we wouldn't be necessarily able to use to the fullest. So it's not so much that we have a bigger population, is that building can't be in use. Like if you went through that building, it's not where you would want your kids to be studying, and you want your kids to be in a in space that is more sort of efficient for educational purposes. So I think that being said, I think it's important for us to support this project, because I think that when we increase taxes, I think it is important for us to be able to explain to our residents, the voters, why these taxes are being increased. And one of the things that I've always mentioned is, like, if you speak to me about investments within the city, that's something that I can be in favor of. And investing in our children is the best investment that any city can do. That being said, I think that there were some great comments that were brought about regarding the how for lack of a word, I'll say injustice, or it does not seem these equation that the state uses, especially for a city like ours. It doesn't necessarily make sense. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to, Council President, make a motion to send correspondence to our state delegation for one of them, whether a state rep or a state senator, to come before the council and talk to us about how they are advocating to see if there is more support from the state that could be brought about.
So the member has made a motion, which is in order at this point, to draft a letter to any specific members of the delegation, Mr. Payano?
No, so I would say that our state senator definitely, and to not single out one of the state reps, to all the state reps. If whichever of them is interested in coming up, I'm sure that they'll come together and figure out which one of them will come through.
So an invitation to our delegation to invite them to come before the council at an open-ended invitation to then respond to us to see what we can schedule. Is there a second to talk about the school funding? Is correct?
Second.
Correct.
Okay, so there's a motion made by Mr. Payano, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Any discussion on this particular motion for drafting of a letter?
Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
It was my second.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez has seconded that. Any discussion on that simple motion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll on the motion to draft correspondence to the delegation.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes, Councilor Selena,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion to send correspondence is passed. Mr. Piano, you still have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. My next point is, I think it's important to note that we're not going to be spending $80 million. We're going to be spending $132 million. Whether some of that money comes from the state or not, that's a big investment, I think, into the economy. The question that I ask myself is, who's going to benefit from this $132 million? And the opportunities that the residents of Lawrence might have in working in these construction projects. We have a lot of our residents are in this industry. So I think it's important to, for us from day one, to start having a conversation around that. So I have a question to Director Ianello. Director Ianello, have we already, like, you know, so what's the next step if we approve this? Does this now go to bid for sort of like a larger company to sort of project manage this? Do we already have the project manager? The project managers are involved in the sort of this prep work. Are they the ones that are going to be in charge of, you know, the entire scope of the project?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Deborah Marai to answer that question because she's the project. They're kind of guiding our hand on this project. And then there's also a project. They also have a construction manager on board. So I think she can answer what the next steps are very clearly.
Sure, thank you. If the project is funded, the project will move into the development of the design. We stopped at a schematic design phase, so there's additional design development to happen through, we call it design development, and then preparation of construction documents. We did procure a construction manager. Consigli Construction is part of your core team now. They came on for what is called early pre-construction services. So they assisted. We wanted to get them on board early. This is a very complicated project. And so we got them on early so that they could be part of the cost estimate that went in with the with the schematic design package, and which sets the budget and for the project. At this point, the schematic design really sets kind of the larger scope and the budget. And so we thought it was important to have them on board early, and they jumped right in at the end of November and helped with this process. And so from this point forward, your core team of SMMA, who's your core design team, Consigli Construction, who's your construction manager, and Pink & Company would continue on through the next phases of the project, developing the design, continuing with cost estimating. It's our job to keep the project, keep the scope, and keep the budget throughout the development, the further development of the design, back to the contingencies we were talking about earlier built into this. And so we would go through that process. We've already started to identify some enabling work, moving of utilities that might need to be done, early bid packages, ways to make this construction process shorter, so that having the construction manager on board while the design is being developed and the construction documents are being developed is important, because it will constantly allow us to touch base on the constructability and cost issues. And then we get to a point where construction documents are developed and we go out to bid. And we may go out to bid in a number of times because we have identified some early work that can help us start earlier and hopefully condense the overall construction time period. So that is the process from here forward. We've stopped at schematic design. We still have design development to happen, construction documents, and bidding. And the core team of your owner's project manager of Pink answer, along with SMMA and the construction manager. And theoretically, the construction manager would continue on to be the construction manager during construction, overseeing everything. That's the way it's set up to move forward.
Sorry, Odanis. Council Pagano, I just wanted to add, Council Pagano, that the building committee is committed to doing their due diligence and has been throughout this process to ensuring, to the best of our ability, that we do make sure to hire local folks, diverse and inclusive process for including hires within our community.
Great, thank you, Superintendent Paris. Ms. Marai, can you remind us, so who is the, forget the title that you use, the person that would then sort of like hold the construction aspect of the project?
It's Consigli Construction.
And I believe I saw Christy Lyons is.
Yep, Christian Reardon and Christy Lyons are both on the call.
Okay, great. Could one of them sort of speak to sort of like what your any thoughts that your company has had in the last couple of months as to how the different like the sort of like the commitment to ensuring that hires are diverse. I mean, not just diverse, but that they're also people folks, whether it's people potentially taking the bids or people that obtain the bids, that they're doing their absolute best efforts to hire people from the city and a diverse population.
Sure, I can certainly respond to that. Early on when we were hired, we made a commitment to ensure that we were hiring local workforce, whether it's workers or suppliers and subcontractors. And we've identified within our company at least 24 subcontractors that are within the Merrimack Valley, local to the Lawrence area. In addition to that, we've committed to like some type of mentor protege program to try and build up excitement about the project and get more local workers into the project. In addition to that, we are a union affiliated company to the carpenters, laborers, and masons, which means that we are going to be pulling labor from those local halls. So we can, guarantee that we're going to be pulling laborers, carpenters, and masons locally to offer more jobs to local residents. And then another thing that we spoke about is the potential to offer learning and career development opportunities for some of the technical schools in the area to build excitement and start to foster some learning and growth, within the Lawrence area. So we're certainly committed to it, and it's part of our contractual agreement to, commit to hiring and committing to a local workforce goal.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. So what I would say, especially if this is passes, I would love to be sort of part of that conversation. I'm sure other members might as well. But I think this is very important. If the city's going to be, if the residents of Lawrence are going to be spending $130 million in this project, I would hope that a good portion of that goes back to the local economy, because I think that that's vital. If all that money just gets sent, it's basically sent out to other communities. Like, yes, we will have a great school, but I don't think it will be the complete best use of those plans. So my next question was just overall. I believe with state projects, they usually have a certain percentage, when it comes to hiring diverse talent. I don't know if Mr. Rodriguez or somebody else can kind of talk to me sort of like what that percentage is, and is this rule with the state something that we would have to comply since there are state funds involved? I saw a lot of nod heads, a lot of people nodding heads, but I don't know if anybody wants to speak up.
There was a question there. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on that and answer that question? Go ahead.
Sure. So there is there are two state requirements you're required to try to meet the goals. One is the minority and business enterprise. So it's for the businesses, minority and women-owned businesses, and there's goals for that. And then there's also separate from that, there's minority and women workforce goals. And I apologize because I should have this at the top of my tongue because we've been working on the contract requirements for this. And I actually have been talking with the city attorney about this because they've recently, the minority and women enterprise goals have recently changed, and how they want you to come up with your own goals has changed. But there is a requirement to track those goals. I think Consigli is a great partner in this. They actually are kind of one of the leaders in the industry in the state who actually, when we go to seminars where people are talking about this, it's people from Consigli about how to strategize and to meet those goals, how to track those goals. So, I hope that helps. I don't have the number right off the top of my head, Oh, yep. So thank you, Danny. My colleague clipped it for me. So the WB and the MB, it's, I think it's 8.8 for the women participation in businesses and 4.2 for the minority business participation. And then for, I think there's something over this, but I think for, I was actually looking, sorry, I don't know what the ones for the,
Deb,
for-
maybe,
sorry, for the actual workforce participation are, which is the one that I was trying to remember. But there are requirements. It is actually something the MSBA has recently pushed us and pushed everyone to start to track. So, and they have this on their radar, and so it is on ours.
Point of information, Mr. President.
Councilor Rodriguez, what is your point of information?
Yes, I just wanted to bring what Mass DOT or when the state is actually funding a project through one of the Mass DOT organizations. And I like those numbers better. For minorities, there is a 16% minority owned company, and there is 5%, which I would like to see a number better on the woman's side, which basically 8% will be better than the Mass DOT one. But in terms of minority, 16%, which I'm pretty sure Consigli knows about it because they have multiple projects, including the project that I've been part of in the past, which they're not required to have the 16%, and they only have it as a goal, which it's also a loophole for a lot of companies not to actually have those numbers, because it's actually a goal, not an actual requirement on this project. Since we are going to fund, if we do, I would like to have that language to be a shall, not a goal. At least on the $80 million that we are funding.
Thank you, Councilor Rodriguez, for that comment. Deborah, how do I say your last name?
Marai.
Marai. Okay. Thank you. So Ms. Marai, so you mentioned 8.8%. What does that fall to? You said WB.
So there's two different, there's a business enterprise, which is ownership of companies, and there's a women owned company goal, and there's a minority owned company goal. And then there's a women and minority workforce participation goals. And for the workforce participation goals, that's for physically people working on the site. And I just found it's 6.9% for women and 15.3% for minorities. So when we put together our package of construction documents and go out to bid, whether it's there's certain trades we go out to public bid for, and then there are other trades that Consigli will get bid numbers for that don't need to be publicly bid. Those goals will be embedded into the contract documents for the workforce for workforce participation and business participation for the trade contractors, the subcontractors, another term people know, that we are that will be hired for the project. Christy or Christian, if you want to add to this, anything?
Sure. I'd like to add, Deborah. I'm Christian Reardon. I'm the project executive for Consigli, and I just wanted to echo what Deborah and Christy have both said, but specifically to our efforts in this MBE and WBE workforce push that's been happening. Consigli has reached the goal 100% of the time on all our MSBA projects. So where you did mention that it's a goal, we look at it more as a something that we have to reach, and we've been very successful in doing so, and we pride ourselves on that. Also with the MSBA outreach, we are at the forefront of explaining our process to all the other contractors so we all reach our goals, and it's very dear to us.
Great. Thank you for that. So Ms. Marai, so you said Women, so workforce participation, women are 6.95%. And then for folks in the BIPOC community, what is that percentage?
So I'm sorry, just so for workforce participation, actual workers, it's 6.9% for women, 15.3% for minority. That's workforce participation. For actual business participation in terms of who is hired, the goal is 4.2% for minority businesses and 8.8% for women-owned businesses.
Sure. Yeah, that's so I use BIPOC instead of minority because I'm not a fan of the word minority to talk about a certain
Sorry, I'm reading
population.
right off something. So
Yeah,
yes,
no,
I
makes sense.
understand.
Just so you know, like why I said that terminology. All right, so that makes sense. Has there been any goals set for the percentage of like Lawrence residents that we might be able to reach, or is that something that you guys will be coming up with in the future?
We have not set that goal yet. All of this local participation, in addition to minority and women participation, was all brought up actually during the interviews, the process of bringing the construction manager on board, and actually the members of the school building committee who were part of the interview process did a great job of grilling the potential construction manager firms on this. And so Consigli is well aware that this is something that is a priority and something we'll be working on as we move forward.
That is great to hear, and I can hear the commitment from both of you from Consigli, and I'm appreciative that you're here and that you're talking about that. That being said, I think this is also something that the city council needs to be committed to ensuring that this is taking place. So I'd like to make a motion to go in line to add to this that every 6 months the city council will be getting a report from the so I'm going to say Lawrence Public Schools for not to ensure that we're holding sort of like everybody sort of involved in this process. So we'll get a report regarding the numbers, how we're doing when it comes to the goal or for business enterprise. So we have that 8.8% on the women's side, 4.2% for business owners in the BIPOC community, and then 2 for workforce participation goal, which we hear 6.95 for women, 15.3 for folks in the BIPOC community, and then 3rd, the whatever the goal is on the Lawrence side, how we're doing on that goal. As well, what steps are being taken to ensure that we are meeting, if not exceeding, these goals. So I'd like to make that, to add that to this motion, Council President.
Second the motion.
There is a new motion that's just been drafted. Are you looking to amend as part of the big motion, or is this a separate motion, Councilor?
Nope. So I'd like it to be a part of this motion.
So I believe the individual who offered it, I think it was Councilor Levy. Am I right, Clerk?
No, we can do it separate individually.
Clerk?
I apologize. I was on mute because the motion to approve this document was made by Councilor Levy and seconded by Councilor Gonzalez.
Councilor Levy, Mr. Piano is, I believe, requesting this to be a part of your motion. Do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, I do.
Okay, this motion is now part of the motion, underlying motion. Councilor Piano, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I want to thank all of you for answering my questions. I hope that my fellow councilors support this motion, and also that we not just support, but that we remain active in our participation to ensure not just that folks being hired are residents from the city of Lawrence, that it's also that it's a diverse group of people that are being employed. I think us being a city that is mostly members from the BIPOC community. I think we also have to ensure that we are doing our best to support folks from our community and ensuring that diversity prosper. Thank you all for answering my questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Payan. The next person who has asked for the floor is Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Most of the questions that I have are already being answered, and that was in terms of the taxes, and in terms of the goals of the participation of the Lawrence community on this project. But I also would like to, keep on talking about this, because I have worked for a system that have the same goals for a lot of $1 million projects, a lot of construction projects, and most of the companies that we have on site, because of the fact that the language that we have are completely weak, they are not met. There is a loophole for companies that exist that just by sending a letter to the department, those goals goes away, and at least on the participation side. I manage a lot of those projects, and even though that I'm a Latino, they never have a Latino labor on site, and a lot of that is because of the systematic issues we have with different part of those projects. One of them being the union member are not Latinos, are not minorities, are not women. And when a woman goes to one of those workforce, they usually sweeping and stuff like that, and that's not right. That's not right for the women. That's not right for the other members of the minority community, which usually do work that are not quite relevant. And I would like to see that somehow, one way or another, in a different change or in different views. And I believe that by changing the wording of a goal, which basically is not an obligation, it will change the perspective. And I would like to make everybody aware of that of the issue that the state of Massachusetts in general have, that is affecting and is achieving a greatest gap of poverty between minorities and other community, that it's been affecting us because I'm included systematically, and this is not right. That is not the right way of actually saying that we have a goal, 15.3% minorities and I believe 6.8% women, which if you add it up, basically almost 23% of the entire workforce should be either a woman or minority, but that's not the case. I'm bringing this up because I have the opportunity to at least make a determination, take a vote on a project that is going to be a large project. $132 million is not a small project. But if we don't set this up at this level, not with our vote or our good words of good feelings, it's not going to make it. We have to have legal paperwork in place, changing the language, which obligate all the subcontractors and contractors that have a specific requirement for minority business on to have it in place, and workforce as well. Because so far, that haven't changed at the state level. And if we don't do legal paperwork that actually says what we want and be able to, at least on the section of the money section of the city, which is 56% of this project, which is going to increase the taxes in the city of Lawrence. We do this. a city that is one of the per capita lowest amount of people making or people making the lowest amount of money throughout the state of Massachusetts, that is going to affect us greatly. And if we don't do this by doing papers, legal paperwork, we are basically saying that the system haven't failed us on the past, and that's not the case. So I would like us to somehow be serious about this issue and be able to accomplish a legal paperwork that is going to be part of the RFP or request for proposal or a bidding document to be able to accomplish this. By doing this, we're going to discuss and have this conversation with the different unions and the membership of those unions, if this project is going to be a union-based labor, because of the fact that they probably don't have the amount of minorities and the amount of women that we need. But that's another systematic issue that if we force them to acquire them and open the membership for people to join, there is tons of people in Lawrence, 78% Latino, that are willing to go ahead and join those unions because we need to. It's not because we want to, it's because we are one of the poorest cities in the state, and we want those money to stay around our Lawrence community and our economy. With that said, thank you so much, Council President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez. The next person who has not spoken is Mr. Gonzalez. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, sir. I was part of the build when they built the new high school, and we have all the questions we did when the committee to build a new high school. We never have a plan. That's what we need to have a plan, because we go into another same problem we had it with a new high school, and they have. Then that time we have that building that you remember, we had the National Guard down the land that we took away from the government, and now we don't have no plan. I understand what the Mr. De La Cruz were about parking. What we need the school. What I want to say with the experience they have, we need the school. Next time when we build with the new school, because we need a new building. Our college, I don't hear any of my college, they oppose for housing. Everybody say we need housing. We need that school. We need to support that school because we need it. Because with housing, we get more people, more students, and we don't plan anything. We don't talk about safety, fire department. Our police department working in a building, that building, they had to build a new building for the police department. We need to get together and work every single day together. We need to approve that, to build that school, and we need to work with the mayor right now, Mr. Kendrick Vasquez, and we need to work with a new mayor. We need to start making plans. We have to build a new next step. After we build the Oliver School, we need to build a new building for the police department. Thank you, sir.
I see that Ms. De La Cruz has her hand up, but before I go back to her, are there any other councilors who have not spoken who wish to speak at this time?
I would like to say something.
Councilor Levy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think that it is the time just to approve the school. I think that our children deserve to have this school. Our city people also deserve. There are so many questions, and yes, we need to come together and we need to work together. We need to have, plans for any project. we need to develop a plan. But I think so that at this point, we should approve this school, and we need to work with the developments. We need to work with the school, with also all of the people involved on this school. And the next time, I know there is another school that is coming soon that maybe we have to start looking for the money. The same way, I would like to know if there are so many other programs that maybe we can approach and that we can get money and get, some help getting to slow a little bit the charge that the city is going to be getting. But I think it's the time for us, to get along and to go ahead and approve the school. So many questions, so many answers, but here our children are the first, and we deserve to have the school for our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Levy. I see that Councilor Selena Reyes, is your hand up, Councilor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Now, I only want to say thank you to Councilor Levy, because it's very important to take in those coming in consideration, because our children need it. I want to add it to the comments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Are there any other councilors who have not spoken who wish to speak before I go back for seconds? Councilor Dela Cruz, your hand is up.
Thank you, Council President. As an educator, I hope people don't confuse that I don't want a school. I do want the school, 100%. What I wanted to make sure at this point, that in 3 to 4 years, when they're raising the taxes, we don't rally in front of the city hall asking for the mayor, whoever will be the mayor, that we are asking for taxes. Remember that our levy is okay at this point, but in 4 years, with owing money, $5 million a year, our levy is going to go down. That's number one. I'm not a finance person, don't trust me, but that's what I see. Number two, I think that we should table this matter to come back with more information, because Mr. Payano was saying that we need to make sure that workers from our community are going to be part of that plant. Remember that a lot of people don't know English in our community. Will they be hired to work at that place? We need to have those papers in hands before we approve. We also need to make sure that a lot of that money is going to stay in our community. Then if we approve it tonight by words, are we going to trust that they're going to tell us, oh yes, tomorrow we're going to hire people from the community? No, we need to have those papers in place. Then my proposal is to table the matter, and then we come back next time, making sure that all of those requests that we have are in place. At least Mr. Giovanni was saying that we need to make sure that when they don't hire the 3% of our Latino people in the community, that could be a little higher. We're going to trust the department 100%. Do we need the school? 1,000,000%. We need the school. But at the same time, we need to have paper in place where we can go back and say, you didn't hire the 3% that you said. Now we need to stop the construction. I love that we're going to rebuild 2 new schools in our community. They are old buildings that need to be renovated. I work at the Oliver School. I know that building. We need a renovation at that school. But at the same time, we need paper in place. My proposal is to table the matter, that we come back to it.
There's a motion made to table this matter. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. There's no discussion on a motion to table. Roll call, please, clerk.
Councilor Levy.
The motion is to table this time.
That is the motion.
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez.
No.
Councilor Selena Reyes. Councilor Salina, Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
No.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
No. What is the vote, clerk?
Mr. President,
Selena haven't voted.
I vote no, but I have difficult tonight. That's why
Oh.
I opening up my camera.
Mr. President,
Okay.
We're in the middle of a roll call vote. Unless you haven't voted, Councilor Levy, did you vote?
I already voted, but I would like to change my vote.
Councilor Levy, we're going to have, the rules are that you've already voted. You may be on the prevailing side. You can have a motion to reconsider. What
Thank
is the, what is the vote, clerk?
I have 4-4.
4-4, the motion fails. Councilor Levy, how did you vote, Councilor Levy, initially? How did the clerk, how did Councilor Levy originally vote?
Yes.
She voted yes. You are not on the prevailing side, Councilor Levy. The motion failed. So, Councilor De La Cruz, do you yield the floor at this time? Or do you still wish to keep the floor?
Motion to table.
Second,
Councilor De La Cruz, did you wish to relinquish the floor?
I wish to second the motion.
I have a motion to table.
Councilor De La Cruz relinquishes the floor.
Yes,
The council president hears a motion to table by Councilor Rodriguez. Is there a second?
Second,
It is seconded by Councilor De La Cruz again. No discussion on a tabled matter. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
yes.
Councilor Payano,
No.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
No?
Councilor Gonzalez,
No.
Councilor Levy,
No,
Council President LaPlante.
Chair votes no. Motion fails. Is there any other councilors who wish to speak on this matter? At this point, I have maybe a question, and then I will probably hand the gavel off to, it would be the next person in line would be Councilor Estela Reyes, but she's recused herself. The next senior person would be Mr. Abdu. I think I'll just do that. Mr. Abdu, will you please, at this point, I'm relinquishing the chair to, or the gavel to Mr. Abdu, and at this point, he will then preside over the remainder of this debate until we get to a resolution. Mr. Abdu, the gavel is yours.
Okay. And Mr. LaPlante, would you like to speak? I don't see any other hands.
I do wish to speak, and I want to share my screen, Counselor, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you're gonna make it, do I have to give you authorization to do that?
I already have it, Mr. Chairman. Can you see that? Members, can you see that? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to go through these slides, I think, quickly. I just wanted to talk a little bit about how we got here this evening. Some members have already made mention that we are going through a lot of housing, and there's a lot of thought or not a lot of thought, plans or not a lot of plans. And I wanted to really kind of drive that point home a little bit with just a few slides, just so that we can be caught up to speed as far as I can see with what's going on here in our city. Because as someone already stated earlier this evening, these are all interrelated, or they're related. So we talk about a lack of housing in the city and lack of housing creation. Since 2009, we have over 2,100 units through major projects. Many of them are through mill conversions. In addition to that, through various planning board, zoning board, variances, et cetera, and others, where are also an additional 450 new units have been created, 2 and 3 family structures, single families, and again, from 2009 onward. And so that brings us for a grand total in the last maybe 11, 10 years of over 2,500 units. And that's a lot of units in our city. And it is a lot of units, especially when you try and look at how many units are being placed in a very small geographical area. As you can see from the slide, in not only in cities or towns or communities surrounding us, but also in cities and towns of like size, as far as population, et cetera, you'll see how much smaller we are. So when you're adding 2,500 new units in a city like Lawrence that has a very small footprint and land area, that has a much more of an impact than if you put 2,500 units in a city like Haverhill, which has, 3 or 4 times as much space as the city of Lawrence. It just has much more of an impact. And then if you go beyond that, let me just say this, that we're not stopping here, folks, counselors. We are continuing on. There are more units, big units in the pipeline. There are things that are going before the various planning and zoning commissions and other places, and they're looking at bringing even more. And so when somebody was talking earlier about the Leahy School and all these things, they're absolutely right. I just want to drive one more thing home when we talk about the interconnectivity of all these things. Check out this. In 2010, we had 41,000 cars in our city. In 2020, we have over 61,000 cars. That's a 50% increase. And every time we have more building in the city, more people living in the city, it has an impact on our parking and our congestion. And what we're dealing with right now is not smart growth. We're just dealing with just growth, not thought through. And when our constituents and we deal with parking and handicap parking, you know why we're having troubles with this? This slide is an indicator of part of the problems that we're facing in our city, because the numbers are so large and so big, and we're not really dealing with it. Back to point, when we deal with more housing units, we're looking at more classroom space. And that's essentially what we're talking about right now. And the question we have to ask ourselves is, can we afford it? I mean, our CAFO, Mr. Ryanello, the person who is in charge of making sure that we're responsibly spending and make sure we have money for that, has said to us officially, not only in his official letter to us, but also this evening in his comments, taxes will either go up or our free cash will be hit and hit hard. And make no mistake, in the last 6 or 7 years, we have not always taxed to the levy. We've not always maxed our taxes. There have been some years we taxed a little bit, halfway or a third, and a few years where we didn't tax at all, any increase in taxes. Those days are over. Starting with, I believe, with this particular budget we're seeing coming up here in a few months, we're going to start taxing at the levy. The days of that, of not going to the levy, I think are over. And then I think what Mr. Ryanello said, not only, I think in his comments, is what does that mean? So not only are we taxing to the levy, but when this hits for the 5 years afterwards or so, we're going to look for the average for a single family taxpayer is going to be looking at an increase beyond the levy of between $216 and $239 per year on average. And that's real money in a city like ours. And many of the speakers have already talked about the poverty, the challenge, and quite frankly, we're upside down, folks. I mean, we've got more rental properties than we do home ownerships, and the whole thing is just turned upside down. We need to get more. We need to get more home ownership, and these apartment complexes that we're seeing, it's not going in the home ownership direction. Not all. I mean, not 100%, but a lot of them are just rental properties. And then what we're going to be doing is this is going to be tying up our capital spending, at least for the short term, 5 years until our debt starts to be retired. And then for 5 years. So if we're looking at new roofs, if you're looking at any other HVACs, snow and sanding overruns, we've been going into it, the free cash hard with respect to this trash contracts that we've had, because we've been picking up so much trash in excess of what we budgeted, and we had to deal with that a couple of times. And I don't know if there's an end in sight for that, but we have hit free cash hard for this and other things. And those days as well are going to be really jeopardized, I think. And here's the one key thing as well, Mr. Chairman, through you. We had one person from the city of Lawrence speak at the public hearing tonight, a city of over 80,000 people. One person from our city spoke on this matter. That's going to be costing us money. It's going to have a significant impact. This is not going before the taxpayers. This is not going to be on a referendum on a ballot. We're going to be doing a historical amount of money, between 70 and 80 million dollars worth, one of the biggest projects in the history of our city for tax on a public funding program. And it's not going before the public. They're going to be paying for it. They won't be paying for it next year necessarily. They won't be paying for it the year after, but within 2 or 3 years, it's going to hit. I'm not sure how many of us are going to be around when that tax hits, but it's going to hit. We're talking about free cash. I just mentioned that already. There's some examples of stuff that we're looking at. And the other thing as well, we know we're really handcuffing ourselves. Capital improvement projects, I already talked about that a little bit. We're not really going to be able to do many capital improvement projects because this is going to suck almost all of that money that we were going to put in. We're going to have $80 million. We're going to, between 70, we're going to be putting it toward this. It's going to hit. I had a little graph here just for the mill conversion, just to give you an idea of how we, over the years from 2009, as we're going all the way through. And you can see this huge spike here in 2021 that we're going to see by the end of this year. And you don't have to go very far. Just drive around our city. You'll see scaffolding. You'll see a lot of construction going on. And those numbers are very real. So I hear what the proponents are saying. We're spending a lot of money for a school that's very flawed. We talked about that at the various committees. It really concerns me. I've issued many of the concerns right here, how interconnected that they are, lack of people have an opportunity to speak on this matter. I mean, we're talking about cars, we're talking about Haverhill Street, we're not talking about parking. This is, if you talk to the folks who are in charge of this project and the proponents, they'll say this is not the Cadillac. They're saying they're doing enough to get by. We're getting our building up to code. We're trying to reduce our footprint. But let me add this. This came out of nowhere. This project in our 2019 document that was sent to us said that for 500 students, now I'll grant you this is 1,000, but for 500 students in that capital improvement document that was sent to this council by the mayor, it earmarked $45 million. And that was from the Collins Center. They're the ones that came and provided assistance to the capo and the budget directors. We put this thing together. So we looked at projections in the future. And then last year it came from 45 to 132, $131 million. So this, and then we're talking about it's 80%. But when we first thought of 45 million, and then we thought 80% of 45 million. Yeah, we could handle that, but this is huge. So counselors, I'm ringing the gong because it needs to be said. Many of you are very articulate through you, Mr. Chairman, this evening, asking the right questions, making sure that we know exactly what we're talking about. And I'm thinking if there's a solution to this issue, which is regarding our students, and we want the very best for them, and we all do, by the way, all 9 of us do. Every one of us. I just wonder if there is and I believe that there is, and I don't think that we've explored it to my satisfaction, whether or not we can go and do some sort of renovations. We're looking at some work done at some of these schools, and I realize our hands are tied when it comes to the MSBA. I get that, but if we release the shackles of those commitments that we have because they put these restrictions on us, I just wonder how much money it would take to get to where we need to go. And then when we get that Leahy school come before us, we're going to have to go with an override. We're going to have to. If we go with this evening as it is presented to us, there is absolutely, in talking with it. Well, let me ask the don't take it from me. Through you, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Ryanello there? And if we pass this as it is this evening with the Leahy school come before us, will there be a debt override that we need to vote on for the taxpayers?
Yes, it definitely will require a debt override for the Leahy school. We would not be able to absorb it with our excess taxing capacity and or free cash.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I've said enough this evening. There's probably others may have questions. I'll relinquish the floor and thank you all for your patience this evening. And I will also release a screen here, so we figure out to do this as well. Hang with me as I try to. There we go. Oh my gosh! Here, stop here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see Mr. Payano's hand up. Mr. Payano, sir.
Yes, I think you, trying to, not Vice, Mr. Chair?
Dave.
Interim President. So I'd like to make a motion to table.
Second.
There's a motion to table. There's a second by Mr. Rodriguez. There is no discussion on a table matter. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Levy,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
No.
Counselor Selena Reyes, Counselor Selena,
Yes.
Counselor Abdul,
Chair votes last.
It's true.
sorry, Counselor Payano,
Yes.
Counselor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante,
No.
Council Abdul.
And chair votes yes. Madam Clerk, if you would, tally the roll. I show
6 yes, 2 no.
motion passes. The item is tabled. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your assistance this evening. Next document is document 60.
Council President,
What's your point of order, Mr. Rodriguez?
I would like to take items from the personnel, since we have 3 of our employees that are willing are waiting for us to discuss their appointment.
If there's no objection, the chair agrees and will, if there's no objection, the chair agrees and we'll go with 5121 and appoint, and bring it to the budget, the Personnel Committee. Is there any objection to going forward with that?
Second.
Hearing no objection, Mr. Personnel Committee Chairman, Mr. Abdi, will you please take up the 3 items under your committee?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilor Rodriguez. Absolutely. First item this evening is item number 50. Oh, correct. I stand corrected. Bear with me. This is what happens when we go out of order and my headspace isn't right. First item tonight is item number 5121, the appointment of Esther Encarnacion as the Business and Economic Development Director as submitted by Mayor Kendris Vasquez on March 11th. At our March 22nd meeting, the Personnel Committee voted by unanimous vote the favorable recommendation of Ms. Encarnacion to the position, and I submit that to you in the form of a motion.
Second. Second the motion.
Motion's been made and it's been properly seconded by Mr. Rodriguez. Discussion. Hearing no discussion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Of course, yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. Mr. Chairman, document 5521.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, rather. Item number 5221 is the appointment of Felix Garcia Jr. as the city engineer as received by Mayor Kendris Vasquez on March 11, 2001. On March 22nd, the Personnel Committee voted by unanimous vote to recommend to this council the appointment of Felix Garcia Jr. as the next city engineer, and I submit that to you in the form of a motion.
Second the motion.
Okay.
Motion's been made and seconded by Councilor Gonzalez. Discussion. Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Chair votes yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes. Felix,
Council-
responsable Lima.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. Document 5321, Chair of the Personnel Committee, Mr. Abdu.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 5321 is the appointment of Milagros Puelo as Commissioner of Water and Sewer as received on March 11th by Mayor Kendris Vasquez. And on the 23rd of March, the Personnel Committee voted by unanimous vote to recommend, with a favorable recommendation to this council, the appointment of Milagros Puelo as the next Commissioner of Water and Sewer. And I submit that to you in the form of a motion.
I second the motion.
Motion made and seconded properly by Councilor Giovanni Rodriguez.
Of course, my constituents.
Are there a discussion? I see Mr. Abdu, the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do want to note that I wanted to express my congratulations to Mr. Garcia as well, and for his service to our nation and the Massachusetts National Guard. And I look forward to his service as a city engineer.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Felix.
With respect to Milagros, most of us know her work as the former city engineer and the various roles she's been playing the last few years. And I got to know, no disrespect to the last two candidates. I was very happy to see Puelo sent down, and to look at her resume was made you proud to be a Laurentian, because she is someone that was very well qualified for this position. It shows that you can progress within the city, as she has. Once again, she started off as city engineer, and now she is filling a role as we continue to attrit employees, but as we end up hiring from within, if you will. So with that, I do want to wish her well. I hope we have a positive vote tonight, and it looks like we will. But I did want to say those words tonight and thank her for her service, and look forward to her future service as our Water and Sewer Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any other members wish to speak?
Yes, please.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Well, Milagros, I know her for quite some time now, and she's been actually confirmed by the council. This is the second time, and this is the second time that I'm going to vote in favor of her confirmation because of that her hard work that she have done for the city, her history working in other companies, and bringing that experience to Lawrence. She's a Lawrence resident, and I highly appreciate that. And she also is part of my district. She have demonstrated that work ethic paid off, and I'm gonna be gladly saying yes to her confirmation because of everything that she have done, and she's gonna keep on providing to our city. I hope that she stay living in the city for quite some time or never move. That way she feels what a residence requirement brings to the city for those that are against it. That's exactly what we're looking for. Thank you so much. Thank you, Milagros, and I'm going to vote yes on for your confirmation.
Any other councilors that wish to speak on this matter?
Council President.
Mr. Piano, Mr. Dela Cruz.
Okay.
Mr. Piano, you have the floor.
Oh, okay, perfect. I wasn't sure. No, so I want to echo Councilor Rodriguez's statement. I feel like I've known Milagros like almost 10 years now. And it's been great seeing not just the work, I think Councilor Rodriguez talked a lot about the work that she's done within City Hall. I think one of the things that we can count on Milagro is that she is a professional 110% and takes the job, seriously, and you can see the amount of care and attention that she puts to the job. She could be working anywhere else. Somebody of her talent could be working, in private sector, maybe earning more. But within the city, I feel like the other aspect that she is sometimes quiet in, or you don't see her in the forefront, is the work that she does within the community. And she's somebody that's never forgotten where she comes from. And that's something that has always touched my heart. And she gives, as much as she's giving to the city on the, on the work get paid for, she's also giving to nonprofit organizations that are serving our youth that are most in need. So I am glad that you are still with us, and I am really happy to sort of give this vote in support of your candidacy for this position. So thank you, Milagros, for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Pan, and Ms. Dela Cruz.
Thank you, Council President. Let me start with Milagros. Milagros is such a beautiful lady. Since she was a teenager, she was a volunteer at Holy Rosary Church for so many years. She knows that church pretty well. From helping out, from doing car wash, from doing altar servers. She did everything at the Holy Rosary Church. A beautiful lady, a beautiful mother, a beautiful person in the community, and we are glad and happy that she didn't leave the city, that she stayed in the city. She grew up in the city and she's serving in the city. I also wanted to confess to Felix. Felix, I cried when you went to the Army because you and Luis left, and I cry and I cry and I cry. And my son said, they're coming back, Mommy. They're coming back. And I'm so happy you came back to serve in our community. I'm so proud of you. Remember, we still love you. We still love you. Come by the house. Thanks God that we are getting such a wonderful people that are getting prepared to serve in their community. Thank you. Thank you. This is more than just a job. This is a serving. And we are glad that you are back. And we are glad that we know you and we know who you are. Then I love you and thank you for serving.
Any other members of the city? You're welcome. Any other members of the city council wish to speak? Council Vice President Stella Reyes.
Thank you, Councilor President. I'm going to keep my comment short and sweet. I just want to share some episode that happened to me with Milagro, and I expressed this when she was at the personal committee. It was a time that I needed her to be filled in one of my neighborhood meetings. It was on a Saturday, short notice, and you're not gonna believe what she did. She couldn't find babysitter, and she brought her daughter to the meeting. This is the person that we are voting today, the person that we can rely, very proud of, just to continue supporting someone that is always yes. It doesn't matter the time, the circumstances. So thank you, Milagro, Felix, and Esther. I know that Felix and Esther, we're going to be having time, and whenever they come in front of us, we can express and we can share some experience that we might have been working with them. Thank you and congratulations all.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the city council who wish to speak at this time? Councilor Selena Reyes.
I would like to say thank you, because when we do a community meeting, the same Councilor Reyes says, she is present. It doesn't matter what time, Saturday and Sunday, she be able to attend. So I want to say thank you. Also, I want to say thank you to Felix, because he also attending to our community meeting. And Esther, you did a great job through different situations we have in the community. Thank you so much for your dedication.
Thank you, Councilor Reyes. Councilor Levy, do you wish to speak?
Yes.
Oh, you have the floor.
I would like to say to both of you, congratulations. Milagro, what can I say to you? I know you for a long, long time since you were a young girl. So living in the apartments, you grow over there and went to school. I'm so glad to see you where you are right now. Thank you for all the work.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there any other councilors that wish to speak at this time? The president is going to be using the prerogative and invite Mayor Kendris Vasquez, who's with us, to say a few words. Mayor, are you with us?
Good evening, Council President, and good evening to the rest of the Lawrence City Council. It is with a lot of pride that I stand before you today to talk about three individuals that I believe are very deserving and, extremely hard workers here in the city of Lawrence. Ever since I became a counselor, it was very critical for me that, prior mayors brought in good people. And I am happy to see that these three individuals have been working for the city, for a couple of years combined. And, they have done a terrific job. The first person in your agenda, Esther Encarnacion, as soon as I became the mayor, I realized that there was a big, concern for small businesses in our city. And, I called Esther and I said, hey, how can you be of support? And Esther literally dropped everything she was doing to ensure that we streamline the process to obtain a business certificate. And as a result of that, millions of dollars poured into the city because she was very diligent in streamlining the process, a process that essentially took weeks to do. She ensured that now it could easily take anywhere between 24 to 48 hours online. And a lot of individuals receive necessary grant funding and a good, money has come in to support the small businesses. You also have, Felix, who is a tremendous individual, someone that has demonstrated that he has all the qualifications necessary and truly understands the needs of our city. Someone that I've been working closely with in not only in the last 3 months, but for the last couple of years, ever since he joined the city. And I think that he deserves the opportunity to continue to serve us in a permanent capacity as the city engineer for the city of Lawrence. And finally, we have Milagros. You guys have spoken extensively about her. Not only is Milagros a terrific employee, but she's literally my neighbor. She lives a couple of houses down the street from me. So I think that, that's just fabulous. Milagros and I, we've come a long way together. We've been able to do a lot of work very closely, not only now as in her role within the water department, but also when she served as the city engineer for the city. So I think that it's just important that we are able to keep these three individuals and name them, permanent to each of the roles that they play, because they have earned it. And I appreciate that. And I humbly and respectfully ask the council to vote in the affirmative tonight for each of them, for Esther, for Felix, for Milagros. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mayor, it's an honor to have you with us again this evening. We miss you here on the council, and Godspeed on all the work that you're doing. We appreciate your efforts in the mayor's office. So thank you, and thank you for making these comments on behalf of your candidates for permanency. We do appreciate it. I do want to take one very quick moment, not to belabor this point, but each one of these individuals I've had a chance to work with at various degrees. I want to thank Ms. Encarnacion, and in working directly with the mayor on the small business stuff. She was very attentive to some of the recommendations that I had, and as a matter of fact, with the mayor's approval, was able to go in and tweak some of those things that were important on that small business loan. Mr. Garcia as well is someone that I've been working with behind the scenes on several issues. Some of that has manifested itself earlier this evening. And I do appreciate all the good work and as he grows into that position. And I think that the superstar, no offense to anybody is here, but the person who's been working the longest and the hardest and worked her way up. And frankly, and if you had to if you had to showcase an employee and to showcase how someone can move from a mid to a top level position within our city and do all the work that it requires, not only is that person, Ms. Puello, have the endorsement and high praise of all of us, but she certainly has grown within that position and other positions, and it clearly is demonstrated this evening, and it's going to be a strong vote for already for two of you, and I expect right now there's been an astounding yes. So thank you all three. Thank you, Mayor, for sending us those qualified candidates. We do appreciate it. And at this point, Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez, Councilor Rodriguez,
You're on mute.
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes, 10 times.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes, 20 times.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes, yes, yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Levy,
Yes, yes.
and Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. Congratulations to all three, and thank you for serving our city.
Thank you, counselors.
Mr. President and councilors,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much for your vote.
Thank you very much.
Candidates.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate your visit this evening. Thank you so much. And again, Godspeed on all the big issues you're dealing with citywide at this point. We do appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the support. Have a good night.
Going back up to the top of the agenda, 6421. This is going to be very brief, counselors. There's been a lot of talk regarding the council chambers and seeing if we can get in. I just want to think, I just want to make sure we voted on favor of Ms. Puelo, right? I've gotten somebody is saying we didn't, but we just voted, right? So we're good. Thank you. So on the city council chambers update, I was prepared this evening to go a little more depth with us collectively. And unfortunately, because of the IT hacking situation, some of the key players that I wanted to talk to yesterday, as you can imagine, were very, had a lot on their plate and there are other priorities. But what I want to do is I just want to make sure that we begin the discussion to figure out when's the right time. And the way that I don't have an answer to this yet, it's going to revolve around technology. It's going to revolve around the current condition of the virus. It's going to revolve around whether we're able to go ahead and do something maybe hybrid or individual. And maybe we take small steps, big steps. But what I do know is it's going to take all of us to be on the same page on this. It's going to take 9 of us. It's not a decision from the council president to make unilaterally. It's a question where we're going to really have to figure out what is it that we want, how quickly, what steps do we take, and to the best of our abilities, I'm going to try to get us to a consensus as to what that is. This evening, however, I just don't have the data to give to you. What I want to provide to you as early as I possibly can is some of the data, some of the technology, so we can be in informed decisions whether or not we do something at a subcommittee level first and then see how that goes, and then maybe expand, maybe do something with a Zoom and in person and have a combination. Maybe that's at the subcommittee level exclusively. Maybe we go ahead. But anyway, the long and the short, there's a lot of options and there's a lot of things in between this, a lot of shades of gray. So of course, give me a call at any time. I've reached out to all of you and received many of your comments on how we proceed, and I want to factor that in. We're not going to get to a resolution tonight. We're just not ready for that, but it's on our agenda. It's something we want to do. So I'm not sure if anybody has any questions. I don't have any answers, but now's the time. If you have a question, feel free to ask it. If not, we're going to move on with our agenda. So that's it for communications. Thank you. We're going to take this one off of the plate, and I might just put this back on the next time, perhaps in 2 weeks. Fingers crossed, I'll have more information and we can be more informative. Thank you. Continuing on to appropriations, orders, and resolutions. Document 6121, a resolution urging community engagement and fair employment standards of any expansions of Amazons involving the city of Lawrence, put on the agenda by Mayor Kendris Vasquez. That's going to the ordinance committee. 6520, a resolution naming the baseball field at Howard Park aside Giuliano Field, put on by Councilor Gonzalez. That is going to the ordinance committee. Budget committee reports, budget and finance committee reports. This first one here, 4621. Mr. Chairman or Vice Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, you want to give the report on this, please?
Yes, sir. Bear with me. Still out of order.
You're out of order, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Item number 4621, request to expend grant funds, social equity fund, $10,000 in the amount of $10,000 was submitted by Cassandra Abufara, and the Budget and Finance committee met on the 24th of March and voted by unanimous consent to recommend to this full council a favorable recommendation. I submit that to you in the form of a motion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded by Councilor Dela Cruz. Discussion? Hearing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Levy,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Counselor Abdul,
Yes.
Counselor Payano,
Yes.
Counselor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Counselor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. Next document is document 5421, Chairman or Vice Chairman of the Budget Committee, Mr. Abdu.
Item number 5421, acceptance of funds relating to safe and successful youth initiatives submitted by Eileen Burnell, Lawrence Police Department Director of Support Services on the 24th of March. The Budget and Finance Committee voted unanimously to recommend this to the full council, and I submit that to you in the form of a motion.
Second.
Motion made, and I believe it was seconded again by Ms. Dela Cruz. Discussions, members of the council? Mr. Abdu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would note as I go over the notes, it says to change the sponsor and make it the mayor. I did not submit it that way as I read it from the agenda. If there are any parties here this evening that wish to amend it, I would accept that motion.
Mr. Chairman, you can do that on your own. It's part of your motion.
All right. I make a motion that we approve document 5421, acceptance of funds relating to the Safe and Successful Youth Initiative as submitted by Mayor Kendris Vasquez. I submit that as a motion.
And the motion has been made and seconded, of course, just been amended to reflect the correct sponsor. Any further discussion on this matter? Hearing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Council President.
Sorry, Mr. Payano. I'm sorry, Mr. Payano, you got the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, can you remind me, I don't know, did we ask, I'm not sure if there was an ask for them to present today. I know that they're here with us today, so just want to make sure, like, if they wanted to speak or something like that, that they had the opportunity.
For you, Mr. President, Mr. Payano, I don't recall. I could pull my notes out. I'm going over the notes from the package submitted.
That is fine, Mr. Chair. I see that none of them have gone off mute, so it doesn't look like that was something that they were ready to do. I just wanted to make sure that if they were planning on doing that, that they were granted the opportunity to talk to the full council about a program that I think is doing a really great job within the city. And, you know, as somebody that has focused some of their professional life in working with young people on the education side, and especially students that are, that are maybe are having a rougher time than most. One thing that students mention is that they know Sisu. And I think the opportunities that they have, actually, I've had some of my students that are, would say that Sisu, that they didn't like Sisu because Sisu was always on their case. So I was like, okay, like the one time that I thought I was getting ready to hear something bad about Sisu because the student was just like, he did not like Sisu. It was like, yeah, man, they're always bothering me to, do work and, go to school. And I'm like, that sounds like a good thing, But yeah, no, so they're a great program, and it's great to be here and support them.
Mr. President.
Miss Levy.
What I don't see it in here is the amount or the acceptance of the fund that we are going to approve in here.
700.
Mr. Chairman, do you have that number, or does the advocate, the sponsor of that, have it?
$10,000.
There you go.
Yeah, but it's not in the no on the agenda. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome, Mr. Rodriguez.
If it is because I mean, I was looking at the agenda and I think there is a mistake there. I don't know. Let me see if I'm clear. The money regarding to SISU is 700,000. But I don't see that item specifically written down on the agenda here. I see the documents and the item is supposed to be 5421. But I don't know if I see it on the agenda. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So if Mr. Payano was referring to that item when he was talking.
Mr. Payano?
All right, so are we on 54-21?
We are on that document. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so yes,
So
Councilor
the
Rodriguez.
amount for that document is 700,000.
That does sound, I recall that number. I would say, Council President, we also have Ms. Burnell here, and I also see that Paul has his hands raised as well. So if you give them the opportunity to speak, they might be able to answer that.
So certainly, Mr. Payano, you were asking either, I'm going to mispronounce the name. Is it Heithaus? Is that how you pronounce it?
It is Heithaus. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Payano's got a question. I do see on our backup material, Mr. Payano, that the sum is $700,000, but can you confirm that, please, Mr. Heithaus?
That is correct. That the sum is $700,000.
Okay.
And through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, yes, thank you so much. I received a report from you, but the report was only sent to me, and I would like you to share that report, if possible, with the rest of the city council, and that way they know as of how the organization is actually using those dollars that they receive now for several years through the Esperanza, through the Lawrence Prospera.
So the report was I believe sent to the city council city email addresses, which I understand from Eileen are now frozen and you all are not able to access them. I was able to get Councilman Rodriguez's email address from Ralph Carrero, or his Gmail address from Ralph Carrero. I'd be glad to forward it along to everyone else's private email addresses, or Councilor Rodriguez, if you could forward that along to everyone's Gmail or private addresses while the city addresses are frozen up.
I know I was trying to do that, but I mean, unfortunately, I don't have it either. But I mean, I think that through the support we have at this meeting, they'll be able to actually give you right to share your screen, and then you're probably going to be able to talk about the report.
I can do that if you'd like. I have it open, so I can. If you'd like me to share my screen with the report, I can walk you all through it.
Mr. Rodriguez, we have a couple of choices. We certainly could have the share screen and do that there. We could also have Mr. Heithaus make sure that he sends it to our city clerk, who will then make sure it is part of the record and disseminates it to each one of our email addresses that are operational. So it's your choice, Mr. Rodriguez.
Essentially, when at the subcommittee level, I actually asked them to send us a report, and that way we can share. So this is the time and the opportunity to do so.
Mr. Mejia, will you please provide Mr. Heithaus the sharing capabilities? Thank you. Mr. Heithaus, go right ahead.
All right, can you all see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so the numbers I've put together for you this evening are based on our FY20 data. We're still collecting. We generally collect our data at the end of the fiscal year. We're trying to put together data for the first half of FY21, but we're also in the process of hiring some new staff, so that's taking longer than I had hoped. But I'll walk you through kind of what we did in FY20. During FY20, we worked with 114 young people ages 14 to 24. The breakdown was 85 males and 29 females. 105 of those have court involvement, and 114 of those were paid a stipend during the year. The large majority of those referrals came in either through the police department, the courts, Lawrence Public Schools, the Sheriff's Department, or DYS. The CSU program uses a 3-phase workforce development program as kind of the flagship of the CSU Center. The program focuses on soft skills development as well as vocational training. We use a curriculum called the Signal Success Curriculum, which was put together by Massachusetts Commonwealth Corps. The participants work on communication, time management, and conflict mediation skills. They also learn to develop a resume, interview, and how to dress appropriately for an interview and a job. And then when they enter phase 3, CSU works with them to help identify their desired or their preferred career path, and works with them to identify a job training program, an internship, or a full-time job. During the last fiscal year, we had 60, and during the phases, they are paid a stipend, which, if they meet all of their goals and requirements, comes out to about $275 a week. Now they have to meet different goals. They have to show up every day in order to get the $275, but that is the max that they can earn a week. We had 60 participants who were involved with the Subsidized Employment Workforce Development Program. 60 of them completed phase 1, 49 completed phase 2, and 19 completed phase 3. The 19 that completed phase 3 were either placed in a job or a workforce training program outside of CSU, where they have the opportunity to complete a workforce development training certification program. We had 30 work on the CSU construction team, 28 work on the CSU landscaping team, and then 6 worked in the CSU music studio and multimedia studio, and 14 worked on the CSU art team and in the CSU screen printing shop. We had 27 that were placed in and maintained unsubsidized employment, so employment outside of the CSU Center, and 23 that were placed in job training programs, which include weatherization, asbestos removal, Job Corps, computer training, a program called NETS, which is the New England Tractor Trailer School. We had one who completed an EMS course, one who completed a human resources program, and several that were involved in automotive programs. We really work with them to not only kind of learn those skills, but to achieve some of the break through some of the barriers that prevent them from getting and keeping jobs. And one of those is the ability to drive and get themselves to and from work. We had 50 participants who completed the CSU driver's training program and received either their permit or their license during FY20. We also worked with 26 participants to receive assistance with housing costs. Say at any given time, about 45% of CSU participants are housing unstable. So they're either homeless or they're bouncing between families' houses or friends. We have a partnership which uses state money managed by the Lynn Housing Partnership to help young people find and maintain stable housing. We were able to help 26 CSU participants access those funds during last year. We had 27 participants who identified as teen parents and were able to receive parenting supports. A key component of CSU programming is access to mental health services. We had 54 participants actively engaged with our mental health partners at Children, Friends, and Family Services. 29 participated in individual or one-on-one therapeutic services, and 38 participated in group therapy. And then prior to the pandemic and the shutdown, we had 30 participants enrolled in our HiSET training program.
Motion to pass 10.
There's a motion to go past 10 o'clock. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Abdu. Discussion? Hearing none. Clerk, please call the roll to go past 10.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes. Mr. Whitehouse, you can conclude it. If you wouldn't mind, just because we have a few more things we have to
Yep.
get done this evening, just kind of, if you wouldn't mind kind of wrapping up the high
Yep.
point, that'd be great.
So the high point is, as you know, as Councilor Payano mentioned, our team does a great job staying on top of the young people that are working with, and we're working with some of the hardest to reach young people in the city. Unfortunately, our lead case manager had been on the Zoom call, but her computer froze up and she was kicked out and hasn't been able to get back on. But she was going to share a story or two. But you know, I think the Safe and Successful Youth Initiative is one of the largest funding sources for the CSU Center, and it really helps us support young people who aren't accessing services anyplace else. And most of them are coming to us because the police department refers them or the court refers them and they feel like they have to. But we are trying to stay on top of them. We are tracking them in the streets. We're helping them manage gang issues or violence issues. And we're really helping them focus on identifying and meeting goals that are on kind of their bucket list. So.
Thank you, sir. If you wouldn't mind just getting back to the screen, we do appreciate your comments. And I do believe that Mr. Rodriguez, you retain the floor, or are you completed?
I'm very happy and glad that a lot of people ask about CSU and the benefit of it, and a lot of others. They always ask for an organization that is that work with the youth, and they always willing to help communicating that what they do. I definitely appreciate the presentation, and I'm glad that people up there that are looking at this, watching this city council meeting, also know about how of a great organization CSU is. Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation.
Any other members wish to speak on this matter? Hearing none. Clerk, please call the roll. This is again for expenditures of up to $700,000. That's the motion. Go ahead, clerk.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
and Council President LaPlante.
Yes, Councilor Levy, what was your vote again? I'm sorry, I wasn't able to
I
understand.
say yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Duly noted, the motion passes. The next, Mr. Chairman, the next item for your committee is 5521.
Thank you. Item number 5521, acceptance of funds relating to the Stanton Foundation Second Dog up to $14,000. And that is submitted by Eileen Burnell of the Lawrence Police Department. The City Council the Budget and Finance Committee met on the 24th and voted a favorable recommendation for this item, and I submit that in the form of a motion.
Second.
There's a motion made that has been seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Discussion. Hearing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Payano, Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. The next is Ordinance Committee reports. The first item is document 37419. Vice President and Chair of the Ordinance Committee, Councilor Estela Reyes.
Thank you, Councilor President. Document 374-19 is a zoning map amendment. It has been put on the agenda by Councilor Payano. It has been sent up with favor recommendation from the ordinance committee not to make any changes and stay as is, which is meaning it's going to stay R2, and I make that as a formal motion.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and it's been seconded, I believe, by Councilor, who was seconded? I couldn't tell.
De la Cruz.
Councilor De La Cruz has seconded. That is to order a public hearing. Is that right, Madam Chair?
No, if it's not going to be any changes, we don't need to order public hearing at this time.
The recommendation is not to make any changes.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, the committee report was not to make any changes and stay as is.
So you're going to keep the zoning as is. Motion's made and seconded, so there's no discussion.
So all I'll say for discussion is I hope, thank you, Council President, through you, I'm going to be presenting, I hope that this does not pass, because I would like to present an amendment to this and present the original motion to the full council. So I would appreciate that opportunity.
Second.
So there's a,
So the motion is not to approve, so deny at this
so
point.
the motion is not to approve, is actually to, right, it's not to approve. So the status quo remains at that.
So
it's
let me, just a point of clarification. I
Mr.
wanna do
Rodriguez, did you have a
clarification.
question?
Yes, if I might.
You have the floor, Mr. What's your point of order, Mr. Rodriguez?
So the point of order is like, what was the discussion at the ordinance committee was, can we at least get an update, a summary of what was the discussion at that level? That way we have a base as of why we're voting against it.
Board. Are you asking the chair, Mr. Rodriguez?
Well, probably, I don't know if the
What
chair
is-
will be able to give the answer because you were not part of the committee.
Yes. Okay, so after a healthy discussion, we went over to a plan, and Mr. McCarthy was present when he was very clear what we were looking in the recommendation for the zoning board, which deny this proposal, which is changing the zone. If we didn't change, if we go and approve as is, which was the motion that has been sent up, what is going to happen is we're not going to make any changes. So meaning that it's going to be R2, only 2 families. So when we had the opportunity, or I had the opportunity to walk through the street, I noticed there was more than 3 families than 2 families. So I don't even know why has been zoning as R2 and how we got 3 families on a R2 zoning. So the motion that we have on the floor is that after we discussed an open question to Mr. McCarthy, we send it with favor recommendation not to make any changes and stay as is.
So my question will follow. My following question will be, if on that zone, on that area that is R2 right now, residential 2 family, we have 3 and 4 families, more than 2 families. Why are we not making those apartments legal? Because what you're telling me that any apartment, that any building that have more than 2 family there is illegal. So what we're giving the opportunity to people is to legalize those apartments that are illegal currently.
Yes.
So we should change the zoning to R3.
Yes.
And not keep it as R2. And the recommendation is to keep it as R2, meaning that we're going to keep those apartments that are currently illegal to stay illegal and not give the opportunity to legalize those. So I don't know.
Councilor Rodriguez, that was one of my biggest concerns. When I walked through the street, I was surprised. I was surprised with what I noticed, what I saw. But again, unfortunately, which is no comment on me, to go before, because we had this item placed in our agenda 2 years ago. So I didn't know that we was going to be talking about that, and I didn't take the opportunity to walk myself to the street, but I have the same concern as you. So why do we have to continue keeping R2 when we notice there is more 3 and 4 than 2 and 1?
Yeah, Councilor Rodriguez, please let us finish. Go ahead, Ms. Council Chair.
Okay, so now the motion that is being presented, that we send it up with favor recommendation not to make any changes.
So, but my question is, it sounds like you are in favor of changing the R2 to the R3.
Councilor Rodriguez, when I have to make a motion for my committee, I just have to read the original motion. We have the authority to change whenever, if my motion doesn't pass, someone else can make another motion. But our meeting has been recorded and our motion has been sent up with favor recommendation not to make any changes based on the information that was presented to us at the time of the meeting. So that is why I have to keep my motion. That doesn't mean that I'm agree, that I'm in disagree. I just have to present it how it has been sent out. I can't change it without making a motion official how it has been sent out from the committee. So we have this opportunity to change, to pass, or to make another different motion.
Okay.
Council
I'm going to
President.
let Councilor Dela Cruz, she has not spoken on this issue. Every councilor who has not spoken gets first dibs, and then we go back for seconds. Councilor Dela Cruz.
To Council President. Number one, one side of the street is 3 family. The other side of the street is R2. Then we have to define what it is that it was not in place. Who did what they did when they rebuilt, knowing that that was in R3? Then we had to penalize by people doing things and not going to through the ordinance committee first to request what they need. And I don't know where it is the inspectional department that they are not going back to revise those things. We go back to the beginning that we were talking today. We need to make a plan that is clear for everybody, not for one person yes and one person no. That side of the sidewalk is R2. The other side, it seems to be, I don't know, I have to read about it. I have to go back to McCarthy. It seems to be that the other side of the block is R2. Then definitely Mr. McCarthy needed to get engaged. Why not to table this item and come back to it? When or send correspondent to Mr. McCarthy to come and present it with a map that we are clear on what it is that we are making decisions. It's not that I like it or I don't like it. It's that we have to go through the ordinance that is already in place in the community. Then please, let's table the matter and send correspondent to Mr. McCarthy.
Councilor Dela Cruz, I hear that you want to make a motion to table. It certainly would be in order. There are a couple of councilors who have yet to speak. Would you refrain from making that motion until other councilors?
Get my colleagues to speak first before making the motion.
Okay, so we'll let other colleagues have a chance to speak, and Councilor Dela Cruz, you'll have a chance to make that motion. In the order that I saw hands raised, Councilor Selena Reyes and then Councilor Anna Levy.
I would like to say, I had the opportunity to saw the place and saw the different houses, the 3 apartments, more the 2 apartments. I think we need to take in consideration because we here to support our community. And I agree what Councilor Rodriguez said. We need to review and make changes because we don't suppose to keep going the same for the zone 2 and they are 3.
Okay. Councilor Levy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I think so that we have to change the zone. So we have to change it for R3. And this is one of the things. So I saw more than 3 units, building of 3 apartments, 4 apartments in both sides, not just only one side. And I saw more than more building, 3 family in both sides than 2 family. So I don't know when, if the zone was before R3 or it was always R2. But the thing in here is this person already built a beautiful house, a 3 family house. Are we going to turn it down, the building right now? It's a plenty of parking also for the house that he built. But we need to also let people know that there is a process to follow. I don't know how he built or how he got the permit. I don't know how he got the permit. But the process is to pass through the zoning board and also to
Inspectional.
No. It's the planning board and the zoning board. So, and those 2 people has to make a decision depending on the zone that the house is going to be built. Then they're going to let them know, you know, if it's okay to build a 2 family, 3 family, or whatever, you know. But it's the planning and the zoning that has to make a decision. According to what I heard, he got a permit to build a 3 family. It's very bad right now that we can say a beautiful house that he already built. He's been working on this for more than 5 years after he built the house. Now they don't want to give you the permit to finish or whatever to do it. But look in the area, it's more houses or 3 family, 4 family right around there, because they also have many of the houses, according to what I have, that the basement are being used as an apartment. That make it another extra apartment. It's a 4 family right now.
We need a permit.
Let's do it right. Let's do it right. Let's make it this like a 3 family. And I think so that if we do and converting you know, and zone R3, it's going to be much better for the city. For the city, it's going to be much better for whoever is doing any building, for the owners, so that they right now will not have like some of the apartments that are not really declared in the city.
Okay, Councilor Gonzalez, did you want to speak?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Councilor Gonzalez.
No, I just want to clarify for my colleagues, if we allow in District 8 do whatever they want, they're going to do in District C, they're going to do in anywhere in the city. We can't allow they can build anywhere. How we got the permit? Who give you the permit? We need to hold accountable somebody. Somebody had to be accountable, because we just change it. We're gonna change it from R2 to R3 because he already built the house. Thank you, sir.
So very good. I'm going to go back to anybody else who has not spoken and wishes to speak. And then if not, I'm going to go back to Mr. Payano. And I do want to appreciate that Councilor De La Cruz she did not make the motion to table to allow us to have a conversation. I will be going to her, however, for that motion. And before that, though, Mr. Payano.
Thank you. So I was planning on having, some of this discussion if the council decided to sort of vote against this motion, so we could engage in discussion on the motion that I presented. The motion that I presented, so I presented it back a year ago in January. It went, it was sent to the planning committee. So it went through the rounds. It came back to us right at the start of COVID. So as you know, for several months, we were sort of frozen when it came to that. If we, during that time, I built a pretty nice presentation with pictures that I took over the summer, where you could see air conditioners on like 4th floors. It sort of gave a picture for folks that didn't walk through. It gave a picture of what that street looked like. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to come to the ordinance committee to present sort of my side. So I think the committee heard one perspective. And I think anybody else that happened to tour that area automatically saw a different perspective. There is a, within the files, there is a drawing here. I know that it doesn't look, it's really hard to tell. It's black and white. You can go through Google Maps and kind of like explore the different properties. But on one side, so on the odd side, right over here, there are 15 properties. Out of those 15 properties, 10 of them are at least 3 families.
Yes.
So I say at least because this is, so one thing to understand is that on this map, you're going to see some families that are listed. There's a number that says 3, like 3F, so 3 families. So around 57% of the properties on this street are 3 families. The assessor has a different number, right? I can't recall, again, I can't access my data, but a lot of these 3 families, they actually have listed at 4 families. So on tax purposes, we have some properties that are hiding out and they're not being taxed at the right rate that they probably should be taxed, because if you have an air conditioner on your 3rd floor, 4th floor, then there's a possibility that, maybe it's not, but there's a possibility that that's a rental property. But on one hand, on the assessor side, we are assessing all these properties as 3 families. We are assessing them as 4 families. So looking into the research, it wasn't that, for a lot of these homes, it wasn't necessarily that that particular homeowner did the wrong thing, right? That they went off and they built an apartment on their own. Over the course of 15, 20 plus years, each property owner, depending on their connection with the city, has gotten permits approved. So, for example, if I'm Pavel Payano and I really know XYZ, I might be able to get my permits approved on my particular property while others do not, right? So I think that is definitely wrong, and that's something that should be changed. And I think that this motion goes to do that. Like one of the things that was suggested to me was for me to, this was brought because of a resident's concern. And what was suggested to me was to bring up just the resident's concern, right? To just it be just the resident. And I didn't think it was proper to do that, only because we're talking about the entire street. When over half the street are already 3 families, whether we call it an R2 or not, it's an R3. So most of these properties are 3 families, and the rest kind of breaks up into 2 families. So over half, again, close to 57% are 3 families. I think it makes sense for us to label what it already is. Doing that will allow these homeowners to, 1, improve their property, because if they're a 3 family already, right? Let's say that they're hiding out, whether they're being accessed for a 3 family, but they don't have the permit for a 3 family. Are these folks going to go in and actually do what should be done to ensure that property is okay? And if they go in and they do that, that means that their home is going to be assessed at a higher value. I think this is very different as someone that always brings up the concerns of increasing, essentially increasing density in a certain area. That's always a concern. You've heard that I've brought it up in all sorts, like for the past 3 years, 4 years that I've been here. The reason I bring this case up, or I brought this motion up, is because we're not necessarily changing, right? Like, because we're essentially calling it what it is because the city decided to make these certain decisions, and we have the state where it is in now. So what I would ask my council members, I would ask you not to table this. I would ask you to vote against keeping it as it is, so we could engage in a discussion on I'm changing that section, essentially those 2 blocks of the street into an R3. This would enable us to, for example, maybe the certain members of the council don't feel like all of it should be R3 and they want to split it in half. I don't know, but I think this would give us the availability to engage in this discussion, because I think this was the piece that was missing during the committee. So again, I asked my colleagues to not to table this motion and to deny the original motion. So I'll be able to make a motion on so we can talk about what was actually presented.
Okay, I'm about to go to Councilor De La Cruz. I just want to remind the council that we do have a rule that I'm looking forward to give you some sort of assurance, and I'm having a hard time finding it right now. That says that once we have a final disposition on an item, then that item cannot be brought back to the council until a year has passed. So that's one of our rules. So I don't know where Mr. Payano, who is the sponsor of this, now that he knows that, wants to go with this. Maybe the table would be helpful. I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you for that information. So, Council President, so would it be right for me to make? I mean, what was presented to the council was the motion as the chair stated. In order for me to amend that, would we have to vote to deny, or could I vote to amend that now?
So you have a choice, Mr. Payano. You have a choice that you could ask the motion sponsor for a friendly amendment that would be the chair of the ordinance committee. She could say yes or no. If she chooses that she does not want to accept your friendly amendment, you as an individual, it would be in order for you then to make an amendment that would need to be seconded, and then we would need to have a vote on it. And that amendment would be attached to the underlying amendment. It would be almost like replacing the underlying amendment that the committee brought up. So I think, and then of course, the third option out of all this, well, 4 options. One's the table, and the other one is just have a vote on what it is that we're voting on, which is essentially to leave it as is. I think those are the 4 options.
So Madam Chair, would you accept as a friendly amendment the language that was originally stated on the motion that was first presented to the ordinance committee?
Which is to change the zone?
To change the zone on there were like lots that were put in there. So it's basically those 2 blocks, to change those 2 blocks from an R2 to an R3.
Yes, I will, but we have to keep it in mind that if we go ahead with that one, we have to include in that motion that we need to order a public hearing. Okay?
Yes.
So make sure that yes, my answer is yes, and I expected 2 block down R3, right?
Yeah. So
to order a public hearing.
So to be more specific, if we state, I know there was a certain language that the assessor helped me with. So if we just say that,
can you read it, please?
The original language. So it's the zoning map is proposed to be amended by changing the zoning designation of the following parcels of land located on or about Kendall Street from residential 2 R2 to residential 3 R3. Tax map 92, lot 63, 64, 65, 66, 76, 76-1, 77, 93, 94, 95, and tax map 91, lot 63, 91. And that would encompass those 2 blocks.
Okay. So into order and include your motion
And
a public hearing.
Yes.
So yes.
The motion has been accepted by the chair to now essentially amend it, to amend it as is. Now, any discussion on that? And Ms. De La Cruz, did you want to do something?
Yes, remember that I have a motion.
And you certainly, that would be a prevailing motion, Councilor De La Cruz. If you wanted at this point to make a motion to table, you may.
The things to make a motion to table is because according to Mr. Payano, we need to do a study of the area to make sure how many houses are 3 houses legally. How many houses around there are legally by the city that they paying taxes on 3 houses, 3 or 4 houses. We need to investigate. We need to give the opportunity to people around that neighborhood to make sure that they are legal. If they not, they have to become legal because they aren't.
They can't.
And for us to find out what's going on because we don't know the story behind all of this. Then we need to do a study of the whole block, of the whole area. Then we need to include the zoning board and we need to include the inspection service because we don't know, we don't have the fact information of how many houses are paying taxes already, of 3 families, how many houses or 2 families are paying taxes. Then we need to investigate before making a decision. If we decide tonight that it's going to be an R3, it's going to be an R3 without us having the previous knowledge of what's going on around that block. Let's say that in 2 weeks, another block want to have the same situation because they never were legalized. They, like somebody said, some people are having 4 apartments because they converted the basement into an apartment. That's illegal. Then we need to have people to do the study and investigate what's going on. Thank you.
So I'm just, all that is to make a motion to table, Counselor. Is that what your motion is?
That was my motion.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second? Hearing none, the motion to table fails. We have an underlying motion that's here. Just remember, counselors, the process for any kind of zoning change is that it must be published twice. And then there is going to be a public hearing, and any kind of vote to pass a zoning change such as this requires 6 votes.
Six, yes.
6 votes for, not tonight for ordering the public hearing, 6 votes on final passage. Once it after we advertise it twice. Just to keep in mind, one of the things that I just want you to know, I'm not trying to put my thumb on this. It now costs us about $200 for public hearing notices. So not that should be the end all or be all, just be aware of what that means. So the motion has been made and it has been properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez, Councilor Gonzalez, Councilor Gonzalez,
Continue, please.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Present.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Of course, yes.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Chair votes no. What's the vote on that?
6 yes, 1 no, 1 present.
The motion passes. A public hearing will be ordered and it'll be notified twice, and we'll have it as soon as we possibly can. Thank you, counselors. Madam Chair of the Ordinance Committee, you're still on with more items. The next one is document 18520.
It's a proposal revocation of section 29-17, the Reviviendo Gateway overlay. It has been sent out with favor recommendation to order a public hearing, and I make that as a formal motion.
Motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Discussion? Hearing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Bless you.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
This proposal is to revocate the Reviviendo Gateway.
Yes, to order a public hearing.
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdu,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez. Noted. Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes. There's a final vote on that, clerk. I just want to make sure we have enough.
8,
Thank you.
8 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you. The next document is document 3721, Madam Chair of the Ordinance Committee.
Is the parking 50-minute in front of 135 South Broadway. It has been sent out with favor recommendation to order a public hearing, and I make that as a formal motion.
Motion made and seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez. Noted. Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Abdu,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. Document 3821, Madam Chair and Vice President.
Is the 20-minute parking at 134-140 West Street, West Side. It has been sent out with the favorable recommendation to order a public hearing, and I make that as a formal motion.
Motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdu,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez, Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. Document 4721, Madam Chair.
3921 is the next one.
3921, my apologies,
Oh,
3921.
that's fine. It's a 30-minute parking at Harbor Place off West Street. It has been sent out with the favorable recommendation to order a public hearing, and I make that as a formal motion.
Motion made
Second.
and seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez. Noted. Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Abdu,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. Now document 4721, Madam Chair.
National Grid petition covering the installation of underground facility at Exis Street and Ansbury Street, and has been sent out with a favorable recommendation to order a public hearing, and I made that as a formal motion.
There's a motion made. Has it been seconded?
Second.
Seconded, I believe that was by Councilor Selena Reyes. Discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdu,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez. Noted. Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. Nothing from the Housing Committee, Public Safety, or Committee on the Whole. Personnel Committee's already been completed. There's no withdrawals. There's nothing under old business. Under table matters, counselors, I'm looking for a motion to take document 1021 off the table matters, please.
So move.
Second.
Motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
So,
Second, discussion?
no, if you have the document, I don't think I have those table matters with me.
For your convenience, it won't require a lot of information in there. It's the permanent city clerk position put on by myself. And I just want to run something by the city council. We're not going to have any votes on individuals this evening that I'm expecting. It's just some information. So if there's no discussion, just to take it off the table matters. Motion made and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Roll call vote. Having a flashback here. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Levy,
Yeah.
Counselor Gonzalez. Noted. Counselor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Counselor Abdul,
Yes.
Counselor Payano,
Yes.
Counselor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Counselor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
and Council President LaPlante.
Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you, counselors. I just want to run this thing by the council. For 1021, this is trying to bring into the new city clerk. I am seeing if there's any kind of appetite and movement to see what will happen if we were to have a Lawrence preference associated with the job application, but not a requirement. And the purpose why I'm asking for a motion for this is to see what kind of impact will that have. According to Mr. Bonet, in personnel director, he has informed us that during the first round or two, there were a number of very high level candidates that were interested. And then when the discussion turned to residency, the interest in that waned by many talented individuals. I would be interested, and I wanted to see if you would share in that interest, see if we were to remove that provision again, just to see what kind of applications we get. And if you like the people that are applying, if they meet whatever standards you have that I have, then that's good. If not, we have two candidates as well. So that's my request, to see if we can do that. Mr. Payano, your hand is up.
Yes, Council President. So I would say that I would definitely be okay with a provision like that. I thought that when we did the job post, that we had basically said, excuse me, allergies, that we had basically said that if a candidate was of, if we had a really great candidate, and they weren't able to move into Lawrence, whether it was that they needed more time or that they couldn't, that would be something that we would take up and have a conversation with that. So in my mind, I thought that when we took that vote, that we were listing it as a preference. I think that still gives us strength, gives strength to a Lawrence candidate, but it gives us also the freedom to see kind of who else is out there. I would be in favor of that.
Would a counselor be willing then just to make a motion to alter or augment or edit or amend? There you go. Amend's the right word. Amend the job posting to reflect the preference, but not requirement.
So moved. So moved.
Motion made by Councilor Payano. Who's the second?
I second it.
Seconded by Councilor Reyes. Is there any further discussion on this matter?
Yes, I have a question.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Well, essentially, I would like to see, I wouldn't like to remove that section from there. I would like to encourage the waiver portion of the posting, since we are willing to waive those requirements, which means that if the person is good enough, as they say they are, we can definitely take a look at that portion first before we just waive it for everybody, and then have the compromise of having a lot of candidates that are not from Lawrence necessarily. And also would like to know, as a proud Lawrencian, I would like to know as of why they not want to move here, because those are things that are going to impact directly their job. Because as we know, they only going to serve Lawrencians. So mostly, so people that used to live here or live currently here, those are the current people that person is going to be serving. If that person doesn't feel the Lawrence people or doesn't want to move here, I would like to have that feeling by asking a few questions. to that person. If we just waive that requirement, we're not going to have that opportunity because it's already being waived. What I would like to encourage more is to let the applicants know that we are going to be definitely seriously looking into the waiver portion of the if the person is not a Laurentian. So I'll definitely will vote against this if this goes through. If the motion continues as is and not necessarily engaging into the most important part, which is basically encouraging the waiver instead of waiving the residency requirements.
Councilor Vice President, keep your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Councilor President. You know, just a quick thought. We had already tried residency. So I think it's clear just to give it a try. Who comes and apply? And then we can ask those questions. But if we continue just to advertise for what we have, we're not doing anything different. Just, I don't think it's gonna hurt just to give it a try and see what's gonna happen. That's all. See what's gonna happen.
Just a piggyback on that.
Councilor Reyes, you have the floor. Is that it?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Any other councilors wish to speak on this matter? If not, I can go. I'm going to go back to Mr. Payano, who had his hand up first. Oh, Ms. Levy has not spoken yet, and she has the right to speak first. Go ahead, Ms. Levy.
Well, my wish is that we can keep it. That's, the request are the same way that it is right now with the residency requirement. If we have to wait, but let's say, okay, that we have a candidate that is from Florida. It's going to be dealing everything from Florida.
They're going to move to another city.
We're going to move to
Councilor
another.
Levy has the floor.
So that is my major concern. So I just prefer just to keep it, that's, the request as it is right now. And let's see the candidate or the people who, and we can say, okay, see, we have to waive or we have to ask the question, why do you don't want to move? So you like the job, but you don't want to move to the city? So I just prefer a person, or maybe somebody is around from the city of Lawrence. But why to have somebody, I know that we had a lot of good candidates, but we can try and make, them that see they can want to move in here. But that is my question. So if we had we put it everywhere from anyone who wants to apply. That person is going to be taken away from the city on the weekend. What happens if we had an emergency and that we need the city clear on the weekend? And the person is leaving whatever. So we have to think it about. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other councilor haven't spoken yet, I'm going to go back to Mr. Payano. Mr. Payano.
Thank you, Council President. So I think it's clear. We should be clear on this. So the saying that it's a preference does not mean that we're not going to go for the Lawrence candidate. More likely than not, right? Like, because there's a Lawrence candidate, like when there's a Lawrence candidate, we have built more connections with a Lawrence candidate. That's maybe one of our constituents. Like, there's a lot more support, I think, that a Lawrence candidate would have than someone from outside. By saying there's a preference, and I'm only saying this because it sounds like from the way it was posted, folks that did not live in Lawrence thought that this post was not for them. This is what we're hearing from Director Bonet. Could be that it's wrong, right? So folks that were not living in Lawrence were not submitting their applications because they didn't understand that there was a waiver process. I think if we list it as a preference, that we're going to have folks from outside, inside, whatever. You're going to have folks, some more folks. You will be able to take a look. It will be one of the questions that is asked. And I think the way we should ask it isn't, why don't you want to live in our city? But, like, we shouldn't ask it that way, right? Because that already sounds kind of aggressive and sort of negative. But we should probably ask, like, are you thinking about moving to Lawrence? Yes or no, right? We have when we did the superintendent search, the current superintendent stated that she couldn't move into Lawrence, and she explained why. Her children were in a different school system, and like it gave that explanation. And maybe that's not enough for us. Maybe looking at this person's expertise, right? But the fact that they're not moving to Lawrence is greater than their expertise, right? Like that could be a choice that we make within the council. But I think that the process, the way that we spoke about it, and the way that I've heard Councilor Levy and also Councilor Rodriguez speak about it, it was a more open process than what was initially kind of put out there. Because I remember having strong conversations about the waiver. So I think that anybody that we end up choosing will be because we're giving that person a waiver. Or maybe we just say, like, maybe the decision of the council is a waiver of a year, or a waiver of 6 months, or a waiver of 2 years. Like, once you have the candidate, you can engage in those discussions. You can say to, Donald Duck, like, hey, we want to employ you, but you have to move into the city within 6 months. So we're going to waive you moving to the city for 6 months. Like, we could engage in those discussions, but at the moment it's not listed there. So maybe Council LaPlante, I just taking into account what I'm hearing, Council Levy, Council Rodriguez, amending the motion so that it says we're listing it as a preference, but we're asking Director Bonet to make it clear that the City Council would potentially waive the requirement to live in the city depending on a person's experience and qualifications.
So it's your motion, Councilor Payano. So if that's what you want to do, it's your motion. You can certainly say that and have that and amend it. So it's up to you as to how you want to.
So that's so making an amendment to that motion, and just listening from my colleagues with the hope that addresses their point.
Okay.
I second it.
So Mr. Payano has amended his own motion, and is everybody clear on what on the wording of that? Is the clerk clear on what the wording of that is?
So if you'd like me to repeat, Council President.
I think, yeah, why don't you do that, because the clerk may be in mute, but go right ahead and just one more time so they're clear.
So it would be to list it as a preference with the descriptor, right? Because I'm sure the Director Bonet is going to have to explain what this means. And in the descriptor, ensure that the candidate understands that the City Council would waive the requirement depending on expertise and qualification.
For so long?
The citizens.
So once you have your candidate, you can decide how. So we're not saying how long, right?
Yes.
To be frank, I would rather just it be like we say it's almost open and just say preference, right? Because at any point, again, Donald Duck comes in and we think he's great, but like we really think that like he needs to live here, and like he right now he's living in the Cape. We can say, well, listen, Donald Duck, we're going to give you 12 months to live in the city. If not, like you're going to have to do something else, right? So I think listing as a preference does that. And then Councilor Levy, once we have the candidate, we can decide the time.
Okay. If there's I think we're clear. If there's no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Is this to make the amendment to change or to add?
This is to provide a preference with the caveat that Mr. Payano says about the council being able at some point, once we have a right candidate, to talk about timing, residency, all the other stuff that could require that. But initially, Mr. Payano, I don't want to misspeak your amendment. Clerk, why don't the clerk, can you please just read it one more time? This is because you're writing the official notes on this.
Thank you.
Clerk?
Sure, Council President, what we have is a motion to modify the residency requirement to a preference to ensure that the candidates understand it can be waived based on their expertise and qualifications. And once we have a candidate, the council will have the ability to decide on the parameters for issuing a waiver.
There we go. So Councilor De La Cruz, what's your
Yes.
vote?
My vote is yes.
Okay, continue, clerk.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes, Councilor Selena,
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez, noted, Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. Thank you, my colleagues. Appreciate that. Under any other table matters this evening?
Motion to table document 1021.
Motion to table has been properly made and properly seconded by Councilor Levy. Roll call, please.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion to table carries. Now, under new business, councilors, we're almost done. Just hang with us here. Document 5621, in order to expend grant funds, PEG access and cable funds 568,059 and 6 cents is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Document 5721, winter parking, Trenton Street, alternate site parking, put on by Councilor Vice President Estela Reyes, is going before the Ordinance Committee. 5821, outstanding prior year invoices for 61,270, put on by the school department, is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Document 5921, approval for city council to pay prior year invoices out of the current year funds, is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. 6021, order to expend grant funds, $1,685,904, home grant $890,762, and emergency solutions grant of $146,568 is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Handicap parking at 28 Border Street, put on by Councilor Abdu, is going before the Ordinance Committee. Handicap parking at 120 Newton Street is going before the Ordinance Committee. We also included 6621, no parking at 273 Prospect Street. That is going to the Ordinance Committee. And 6721 is going before no parking at 281 Prospect Street. Put on both of those, put on by Councilor De La Cruz. That is going to the Ordinance Committee. Now, councilors, a little snafu on communications, IT stuff. School committee properly sent something to us that didn't make the agenda. They finally did it. It is to suspend. Actually, it's, let me pull it up here in a second. Just bear with me. I'm going to share my screen and show it. Just bear with me. Let's see. Here it is. This document right here was rightfully put before us, but got hooked up somewhere. I like to take this document off as an emergency this evening, and then we're for the purposes of sending it to the Ordinance Committee. So I'm looking for a vote to declare this an emergency, to put it on the agenda to send it to the Ordinance Committee. Is there a motion?
Motion to suspend Rule 11 and add a new document, which is going to be 6821.
I believe it's going to be 60. It will be 6021. Correct, Madam.
68.
Yeah. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. And clerk, I just want to make sure you and I talked about this before. 6821, is that what your record should say?
Yes.
Okay, good. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Motion to pass 11.
So moved. Second.
I'm going to hold off on that till this roll call is done. Continue on with the roll call, please.
Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
and Council President LaPlante.
Chair votes yes, this document's going as stated to the ordinance committee. There's a motion to go past 11 o'clock for the sole purposes of giving us our agenda, subcommittee agendas. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Councilor Selena Ray, Estela Reyes, seconded by Mr. Abdu. Roll call vote, please.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz, Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
We're almost done.
Councilor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Chair votes yes. Thank you. The final matter this evening, all the new items or new business sent to the committees. Just want to get committee schedules. Personnel committee, anything on personnel, Mr. Abdu?
We have nothing.
Budget and Finance Committee?
Wednesday at 7?
Okay. Ordinance Committee,
Always on Tuesdays, same time, same channel.
Tuesday, 7 p.m. Housing Committee,
We're on a business.
no business. Am I missing any committees?
Public safety?
Are you planning on something in Public Safety, Chair?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
So I would like to see if folks are available either the 15th or the 22nd.
22nd for me, Councilor Payano.
Okay, Councilor Rodriguez and I think Councilor Levy.
Just give me 1 second. Okay, the 22nd is okay.
All right, so the 22nd, we'll say at 6:30.
Yes.
And also, Councilor Plant, just I want to make an announcement. I think it's important that all of us know, today, April 6th, someone we know was born today, Councilor Abdu from District E. Happy birthday, Councilor Abdu.
Happy birthday.
You thought you were gonna slide today, didn't you?
Only had to make another 58 minutes.
Happy birthday, sir.
I want to say something too.
You almost got us.
I want to say something. I want to thank you also, Council President LaPlante, for giving all the information in papers.
You're welcome. And I'm hopeful that Mr. Payano, just to end us on a very tight note, can he start us with a rendition of Happy Birthday? Perhaps a solo would be in order.
I don't know about a solo. You guys got to join. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear David. Happy birthday to you. Many more.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, second.
Motion by Mr.
One moment, I
Bobby.
have las
Roll call
mañanitas.
vote.
I have las mañanitas for Mr. Abdu. Can you
Oh,
hear
geez. Well, all right, we're losing. I'm losing control. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Abdu, that's for you.
Thank you, Councilor De La Cruz.
In Spanish. Good night.
La cantamos a ti.
Y bien despierta.
Wake up, wake up.
No one's singing it, so let's have it in the background while we do the roll call.
Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Councilor Estela Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez, Councilor Rodriguez, Councilor De La Cruz,
Yes.
Councilor Payano,
Yes.
Councilor Abdul,
Most certainly, yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes,
Yes.
Councilor Levy,
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Happy birthday, Mr. Abdu. you all.
Happy birthday.
Well deserved. Happy birthday.
Happy Easter and have a nice week.
Happy Easter, everyone.